Second years are requested to join the YouTube link. If any second year is present here, please join the YouTube link. Only first and third years are requested to stay here.
Hi, Nelson.
Hi, Michelle.
Can
We
you
can
hear
see
me?
you. Yeah, we can see you.
Okay. I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, I think the college officials can take forward from you.
Okay.
And thank you so much for joining the event from US.
This is just so much pleasure for me to just be part of this. Thank you for inviting.
Yeah, the pleasure is all mine. I think the college officials, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Words may inspire us, but our actions create change. A very good morning to everybody present here. We, the Department of Commerce Honors, in collaboration with Nelson and Research, proudly welcomes you to the one day international conference. The purpose of prayer is not to get God to bend in our directions, but to get ourselves bent towards God. I now request the technical team to play the invitation song. पराशक्ति जननी पराशक्ति जननी यमै परिपालने पुरी पर्वत कुमारी पराशक्ति जननी सुरासुरर्पणि सरोज चरणे सुरासुरर्पणि सरोज चरणे सुन्दरि चरणाम्बुजं नम्बिनो पराशक्ति जननी घोरमहिष संहारिणी घोरमहिष संहारिणी श्यामलरूपिणी सिंहवाहिनी श्यामलरूपिणी सिंहवाहिनी ताये ताये परशिव माये ताये परशिव माये मणयिरुள் माये यगण अरुள்வாயே ताये पराशक्ति जननी यमै परिपालने पुरी पर्वत कुमारी पराशक्ति जननी Thank you, technical team. The topic for this international conference is visionary, vigilant, and versatility in the VUCA world. Ingenuity in entrepreneurship, inspirational journey of women leaders, intricacies, and the imminence in the VUCA world. This is a one day international conference with 3 sessions having speakers from diverse fields to cover 3 different themes from various perspectives. I now request Dr. I. Lutz Angelin Abilaksha, head of the department, to deliver the welcome address.
All praises and glory to God the Almighty. I'm immensely happy to welcome all the participants for the one-day international conference organized by Department of Commerce Honors, Ithiraj College for Women, in collaboration with Nelson in Research. At the outset, I would like to thank the management of Ithiraj College for Women, the Board of Trustees, the Chairperson, Tirumati Chandradevi Thanikachalam, our Principal, Dr. S. Kodai, Vice Principal Aided Dr. Usha Rani, Vice Principal Self-Supporting Dr. Usha Priya for their support and encouragement in the conduct of this conference. I would also like to welcome our speakers, distinguished speakers from diverse field who are with us to share their expert opinions on the topic Vision, Vigilance, Versatility in the VUCA world. Ingenuity in entrepreneurship, inspirational journey of women leaders, intricacies and imminence in the VUCA world. I am delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers, Ms. Michela Jayachandran, Chief IT Architect, Boston Consulting Group, Washington, D.C. Ms. Purnima Shunkara, Edpreneur, owner of First 2 Minutes. Mr. Nelson Naveen, founder, Nelson and Research Private Limited. Ms. Isabel Arens, founder, World for Climate Germany. Ms. Catherine Kim Kate, co-founder and CEO of Facts for Friends Germany. Ms. Santina, Economic Advisory Manager, Ernst & Young, Ireland. Next, I would like to extend my welcome to the heads of other departments, faculties of other departments who have joined us for today's inaugural session. Last but not the least, I welcome our own students who are participating for today's program. Welcome all.
Thank you, ma'am. The topic for the first session is Entrepreneurial Pioneers, Remodeling a Fail-Proof Entrepreneurial Structure. I now request our faculty in charge, Ms. A. Immaculate Cynthia, to introduce our speaker for this session.
Good morning, one and all. On behalf of the Department of Commerce Honors, I take immense pleasure in welcoming our speaker for the first session, Ms. Michela Jayachandran. Ms. Michela Jayachandran is currently the Chief IT Architect at Boston Consulting Group, Washington, D.C. She holds a BE in Computer Science from Anna University and a Master's in Business from Kelley School of Business at Indiana University. She is also a gold medalist, ranking first out of 8,272 students. Being a leader in the digital asset, DLT, and Web3, she has over a decade of experience in bringing together business, technology, architect to build bionic digital platforms for major US banks, and also providing technology programs and strategy leadership for the Fortune 500 C-level stakeholders. She is the chapter lead for emerging tech in cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, and quantum. In addition to that, she is an active member in the Washington, D.C. Startup, a community where advices for fintech startups and incumbents on emerging tech and innovations are provided. She has won the Indian National Innovation Award from the Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2011. One among her major finds was Vizia Tech, a global organization that connects women in software engineering and architecture, which has reached approximately 16,800 women worldwide. Their aim is to help women become software engineers and architecture leaders and push the frontiers in the same. As a part of giving back to the society, she runs a non-profit organization called One Living that aims to build sustainable and mental health oriented ecosystems and communities. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request our speaker, faculty members, and the core committee members to turn on your video for a group picture.
Done.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, now the platform is all yours.
Thank you, everyone. It's really a huge honor for me to be part of this group. It's very late here, so you will see the background being very dark, and the lighting is not as expected. So my apologies for that, but I'm really excited I was really excited when I heard about this this opportunity, because it is very close to my heart, entrepreneurship and what happens out in the world, and being able to share that with a group like this, it's really an outstanding experience. And I want to thank you all for inviting me here. Before I move on, just a quick check: is my audio sounding fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So for today's session, I did prepare a presentation. Usually, if I'm talking on any topic, I do have 100-slide deck, and that's usually for major clients. But for the purpose of this discussion, I kept it as short as I can, and I came up with a 12-slide deck, and I hope to cover as much as I can that is helpful for you and everybody. Before I jump in, I wanted to request everyone here to keep this as interactive as possible. And the general tendency would be to listen and receive and take in, but I urge you to try something different here, is to ask questions. So one of my biggest learnings in the whole decade is I was a very quiet person. I was more of an observer, and I was more of a thinker, and that helped me. That comes with its pros and cons, right? It helped me innovate. It helped me think differently. I was very creative. But one of the major lessons I learned consistently is when you go outside your college environment, and when you meet a lot of other people, there's a lot of other people who want to assert their voice. And in a school and institution setting, that's usually not the case, because it's very structured. Everything is coordinated. But in the real world, there are lots of people who will know way less than you, but will talk 100 times more than you. So if you really want to survive in the real world and be able to be successful, the key, one of my biggest learnings was to always ask questions and always speak up. And sometimes you may feel like, well, my question is just dumb, or I guess it doesn't matter. But I want to say that every question of yours matters. Even if it doesn't matter to the speaker, it matters to you, because if you look at your journey for the next 20, 30 years, it doesn't matter who you talk to. It doesn't matter what others think about you, but what matters is what you learned in that decade or so. So consider this a safe space, and use this as a practice session to ask as many questions as possible. And hopefully at the end of this discussion, I feel really dumb for bringing this topic up, because I would be very surprised to see there are so many people jumping in with questions. Okay, with that, let me just quickly share with you what I hope to do today. And I'm going to screen share. If somebody can just confirm if you're able to see my slides, that would be great. So I seem to have screen recording permission issues. Just one moment while I fix this. I need to update something on my system preferences. I'm sorry about that. So I will just start talking about this because I seem to be having issues with screen sharing. So
Michelle, this is Nelson speaking. If you can if you can share the slides to us so that one of the students can change the slides for you.
oh, awesome. Okay, that'd be great. Let me quickly email this to. Who should I email this to, Nelson?
Uh, you can email to Haripriya, myself, in the PPT, email or WhatsApp.
Okay, yeah, I know. Haripriya, would you mind chatting, sending a chat here? I don't have any of the email addresses.
Just I'll just give the details in the chat box.
Okay, I just sent it to you, Nelson. If you could just bring it up, that'd be great.
I'm checking right away. Hi students, sorry for the delay. We'll be back in a moment.
Thank you for waiting patiently. I really appreciate this. So in the meantime, I can get started.
Yep.
Yeah, so what I was hoping to do today is, Nelson mentioned that you're all really experts in entrepreneurship and you probably learned a lot during your course.
Yes.
So I'm not going to touch too much deep. Sorry. Were you saying something, Nelson?
No, you can go ahead. I'm going to put my phone into mute, okay?
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. What I'm going to do today is give a quick overview of the current corporate entrepreneurship and what that looks like, and what are the major trends that we observe in major corporations, especially financial institutions. So I want to talk about how we are rapidly changing in terms of entrepreneurship in the financial institution space, because that's where my my journey is. I worked in major US banks. I want to talk about the digital innovations and how that is changing corporate entrepreneurship and how corporations themselves view this and what they do to stay ahead of the disruptions and stay ahead of the curve. And lastly, I will conclude with my favorite area that I believe that every single student or budding innovator or entrepreneur in this space should know and have relevance about. And I will keep this topic quick on the sidelines, but we will spend about 5 to 10 minutes just covering the foundation so that when you encounter this in your next year, which you will a lot, you're able to make sense of it and have the intuitive understanding to have the foundations to understand, and even probably, who knows, one of you might start a startup in that space. So with that, let me first introduce myself and my personal journey and give you an overview of what my greatest learnings were in the last decade or so. So I started off as a computer science engineer in Anna University. It was a really good experience. To give you a little bit overview of, I started when I started my 11th standard. I specialized in biology and I wanted to become a doctor. And then I realized I got a good score, and then I realized I'm extremely scared of blood. So it was a no-go. And I did not grow up with a computer at home at all. For better or for worse, I think it shaped me in many ways. I didn't really spend a lot of time on social media. it's not that I didn't want to, I didn't have the capability, because I really did not have a computer at home until I started college. And I still remember on day one in our computer science course, I did not even know how to switch on the computer, and my neighbor laughed at me. And when they laughed at me, I was very annoyed, and I thought, okay, I'm going to finish this course as a gold medalist. And that's really how that idea even planted in my head. So the next 4 years, I put in all the hard work to know everything about computer science. And I ended up becoming one of the top rankers, or the top ranker in my year out of 8,000 people. And I was the only person in the last 5 or 10 years to have scored above a certain percentage. So I say that because many times in life we will feel that we don't know, we are like not even at 0, we are at -10 compared to the others. But that should never be that should never stop us from really going after something. And I believe that if you put your heart to it, and if you put your will to it, and if you keep trying, it will have to work out someday. So that's really my, and when in my retrospect, I'd see this all as easy, but those 4 years was grueling, and took in a lot of time and mental energy and emotional space. But it did put me on a really good trajectory, and I'm glad for that one incident at that time, which I could have labeled it as a failure and just been somebody who always had to learn from somebody. But I'm only sharing the story not to really brag, but to give a perspective that if you put your will and mind to it, anything is possible, even if you're at negative in any area or space. So that's how I started my computer science. And once I graduated, I realized that whatever I did in school did not matter at all, because in your engineering or arts or science degree, you spend a lot of time. Oh, I think this is not the saved version. Nelson, I'll just quickly send you another version.
Sure.
Okay. So in our schools and careers, we spend a lot of time in a simulated environment. It's a very, very simulated environment, very close to real world. But once you enter into the real world, all your learnings in many ways will have to be unlearned. What you are really gaining through your formal education in colleges and schools is tenacity, is the persistence. So many people will say that your marks don't matter, going to IITs don't matter, or going to the top business school or top engineering or top arts and science school does not matter, which is true, I will agree. But they do come with certain benefits. So I will focus on what specific benefits that you can take away from college and apply that to your real world. The first benefit is you've already proved to yourself what you're capable of. So if you're already proud of that, I will say there will be a humbling experience in the real world. You will experience failure, and that's just part of the journey. And I will talk a little bit on why that's okay. But if you think you didn't really do well in your college, and I've seen many people who didn't do really well at college go on to do, I wouldn't say really well, but go on to innovate or go on to find their passion in the real world. Because in college, they've constantly beaten themselves up saying, I didn't perform well. And when they enter the real world, there's a whole new levels of skill set that's required apart from being able to be disciplined in and reading about something. And those are what I just said, having the ability to speak up, having the ability to have a persistence and grit. And these are some of the soft skills that really take people further beyond the school construct. So I'll just pause here to see if anybody has any questions or would like me to focus on anything, on whatever I spoke so far. Okay. One moment, I have not emailed Nelson, so let me quickly.
Guys, meanwhile, any questions you want to ask Michelle, she's here to answer. You can ask her about her experience in US. How did she move there? Why she moved there? It's a time to ask questions, guys.
Ma'am, I have a question. As an Indian student, how was your adaptability when you went to a foreign country? How was that experience?
So I love that question. Just one moment while I just email Nelson, please.
Sure.
I've sent it, Nelson. So
Okay.
sorry, could you repeat that question?
How was your experience as an Indian, I know, adapting in a foreign country as a student?
Well, thanks for the great question. So one of the first culture shock for me is in India, everybody is very friendly. We are very community oriented. We are always helping each other. If you go, I have my parents are alone in India, and I'm not a least bit worried because there's always somebody who will help them, right? But when once you come to the US, the biggest shock is everybody are so focused into their world. It's not that they're self-centered or selfish. It has its own pros and cons of it has its own pros and cons of culture. And the biggest difference for me to adapt as an Indian student was I had to learn what individuality is. Um, I did have quite a bit of independence when I was in India, but it took it to a whole new level when I went to the US. Thankfully, I had a good group of Indian friends in the universities to help. That's usually how everybody transitions through it. But you are still on your own in many ways, unless you have a family member here and who you can visit often. Even then, it's your own single marathon. So, some of the things where it was very difficult to initially find friends who are not beyond your school constructs. It was very different when I first started with my first job because for better or for worse, although you may have excelled in your school, when you're starting work, you're like starting LKG, and you're seen as somebody who has no skills, somebody who is going to learn skills by doing work for them, and that is good. Like many people, when I started, they would complain that, oh, this is not the job I wanted to do, but my approach to this was, okay, fine, I need to stay here for a year or two. What can I learn from this that will align with my long term goals, although it's not an immediate short term advantage? And I will talk a little bit about this as well. Lack of clarity at this stage in your life is totally okay, because most of us have been told you need to know something, you need to know what you're going to do in 5 years, you need to know what you're going to do in 10 years. But it's all, if you know that, if you have your answer, well, it's great, no problem at all. But if you don't know, also don't beat yourself up about it, because lack of clarity is totally okay, and I'll give you tips and techniques on how to change that lack of clarity into an experimentation mindset that can actually fast track your growth and results. And that's really what led me here. If I knew 10 years back that I will be a chief IT architect at one of the leading financial institution companies in the United States, I wouldn't have even, I would have actually said, I would have actively said that I'm not capable of that. But it is being open to different cultures, being open to different mindsets, being open to failures, which is a huge case as well. Being open to all these different aspects is so important apart from all the hard skills you learn in your college. And I will have like a quick 5-minute walkthrough of all the skills that I learned that has helped me so far. And I hope that it will help you as well, and you are able to take something on from this course. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am, it did. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so in this particular session, I wanted to really deep dive into the entrepreneurial structures I see in financial institutions and how that has helped them overcome disruptive digital innovations. And especially in this digital era when there is a lot of technology advancements, banks, which are one of the most outdated corporations out there, are feeling the pressure. And there are lots of startups, there's a lot of unicorns out there that have really become strong competitors to these huge banks. And the journey is so interesting and it's so surprising, and I will cover as much as I can. Next slide, please, Nelson. So I just briefly touched upon my personal journey, but I also want to pass on some of my key takeaways, my key lessons that I had to learn the hard way out in the last decade. Thankfully, I had really good friends, which is the key to surviving this transition in the United States. But also, you will have friends, but you will also have to be comfortable being alone. That is only going to be the true indicator of your success. Having the comfort level to be alone and be okay with failure. So one of my I'm sorry, I will talk when we get there. And the second thing I want to talk about is the corporate entrepreneurship evolution. So I'm not sure how acquainted you are with the corporate entrepreneurship models out there. I will quickly do a quick deep dive of what's out there, and then highlight the trends and facts that's changing, and that will change in the next couple of years for sure, especially because of all the blockchain, digital assets, metaverse initiatives that all the major financial institutions and corporations are facing. And finally, I will conclude with a topic that's very close to my heart, which is a topic that I really, really love. And I think I try to pass this knowledge on as much as possible, because it's important to know this if you want to innovate in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. This is something I like to call the GREAT framework. G stands for grit. And when I mean grit, it's beyond bravery, it's beyond tenacity, it's beyond persistence. Grit at the core is your ability to follow your gut feeling. And what that means is you will, as soon as you graduate, you will be bombarded with a million information, especially in social media. There's always grass is always greener on the other side. There will be somebody who's doing a PhD. There will be somebody who's doing product management in a huge global Google organization, like Google. There would be someone who's putting all their efforts in building their startup, and there would be somebody who went the not-for-profit route. So as soon as you graduate, prepare to feel inadequate, because that's what will happen. You will see lots of different people going on lots of different paths, which is very different from a college environment where you all are working on one thing, right? And it will always make you feel like, oh, I'm not performing enough, I'm not doing it. But the only thing that will get you through all of this is having grit and following your gut. Because you don't want to spend a decade doing what someone else likes to do. You quickly want to filter out and figure out that, okay, this is what I want to do. And at this stage, when you're graduating, that will be very hard. It will be very hard because the grass is always greener on the other side and you want to do a million different things. But in 10 to 15 years down the line, what will happen, and that's something that's happening to me, is you will start to realize what is more important in your life. And you will start to realize ambitions, success is all good, but at the end of the day, all of this is needed for your own happiness. And so instead of going 12 years and then figuring out what will make you happy, try to take that in as a factor in your decisions, like from day one, as soon as you graduate. And why I say that is, when you graduate, that will not be on the top of your list. And you may say that, oh, getting that great job is happiness to me. And that's because today your happiness is only tied to a job. But tomorrow your happiness will be tied to your family, how much time balance you like to have, how much ambitions you would have liked to have, what you would have liked to achieve. So there's a lot of different factors. So I urge you to think along those lines. Another thing I say grit is so important is there are so many other factors. Being a perfectionist, being a good communicator, all of this are important. I'm not saying grit is the only important attribute to have, but grit is the topmost attribute that people have seen to be successful. And that's why you will see beyond college, people who didn't really score well or didn't do well in school went on to become start great companies, because more than being able to score, grit plays a role. But there is a lot of bad rep that good marks gets. People always say, oh, if you get good marks, you're not going to go anywhere. That is also not true, because I've seen people who went to IIT or put in all the hard work for some extra competitive exams, no matter which field it is. What they have developed is that grit, is the grit to toil and discipline through that to score and such a high level. So that, don't underestimate if you're already a good student, because your opportunities will open up as well. The R relates to relationships. Relationships is huge. And when I say relationship, it goes beyond your friends and family circle. It's everyone you meet. You're going to meet tons and tons of people. And what happens, especially when you go from a very well-nourished, nurtured cocoon to meeting a ton of people, is you're starting to feel sort of judgment comes in. We start judging why other people are doing something, especially when you encounter different cultures, different ways of operating. And keeping an open mind and curiosity is the most important aspect. Always approach somebody who's completely different to you with an open mind on what you can learn from them and what you can teach them. So there's always an exchange in every relationship. So I would urge you to focus on that and build your relationships. And if you're an introvert, that is fine, because I'm an introvert too. But I have had built really good relationships in my career and in my personal circle. So it's all about managing. You don't have to go and speak to 1,000 people, but you can speak to these 10 people who will immediately add value to your life and who's of good quality. So there is a weight or advantage on quality over quantity, and a lot of the digital innovators in this world are realizing that, even from their customer perspective. Instead of having like 1,000 customers who pays you $10 for your product, if you have 100 really good customers who pays $100 for your product, the value is much higher. So always remember quality over quantity in relationships. The third is E is for experimentation. And this is a little bit tied to what I said earlier about lack of clarity. If you know exactly what you want to do in 5 years or 10 years down the line, I'm really happy for you, because that clarity is very hard to come, and I did not have that. And if you don't have that clarity, think of your next 5 years as experimentation. Sit by yourself and put together what are the different things that comes to your mind right now that you think you should do. And once you start journaling about it, once you start writing it down, your brain will have a better capability to think about it. And then when you think about it, it will become more and more clear to you what you should do. But if you're still unclear, think of every opportunity as an experimentation. And I'll give you a little bit of an example what I did. So I graduated from a business school. I went on to do masters from Kelly School of Business. And as soon as I graduated, I was in this cross section of business and technology. I'm an engineer, I have great engineering skills, and I also did business. But that niche was rare. They were either core business people or core engineers. And I was like really at the cross section. And that really speaks to my lack of clarity as well, because I didn't know where to align. So what I did immediately was I decided to put together what I wanted to do regardless of my job. So think about job versus vocation. Vocation is your purpose in life, your calling in life. And job is something you will need to do for survivability, for being able to make money or pay your bills. And that's really important too. So there is a way you can slowly balance this both and have it overlap with each other. But that's going to take some time. Or if you have the capability to jump all in into your vocation, and if that's a startup and you want to try a startup, go all in. There is no one good way. But what I'm focusing on right now is for those people who don't have that clarity. And think about it as an experimentation and take every opportunity as an experiment, and make sure that you do in your job, you find the capability to learn an important skill that is aligned with your long-term goals, or that will inform your other interests. So for me, one of the things I'm writing a book right now. And as part of that book, one of the things that early on I got is I was part of this role where I had to write a huge document for a global organization. And I was writing 2 to 3 chapters for their book. And I just disliked it because I'm a very mathematical person. I was not a creative writing person. So having to sit and write this book was so difficult for me. And I did not like the role. And I could have complained. I could have said, why is this happening to me? I'm a computer engineer. I'm a business person. Why should I spend my time writing? But I spent that 4-month engagement with as much optimism as positivity as I can. Because later on, what happened is the desire to write a fiction started to come to my mind. And a lot of copy editing and copywriting that I learned back then, I'm able to apply now. So always keep an open mind, at least in your first 5 years, to experimentation and learning, because that's when learning happens the most. Another way how experimentation helped me is, actually, I will stop here because we are already just 15 minutes on our end of the session. So I will move on to the next one, is adaptability. Adaptability plays a little bit a role into how you experiment. So this goes back to keeping an open mind. And then finally, timely. For timeliness to be timely in your job, throughout your career, you will be learning and unlearning a lot. And that is okay. Your learning does not stop in college. It's going to continue throughout your career. So with that, I'll stop with all my learnings, and I hope that was helpful. And I will move on to the next thing about corporate entrepreneurship evolution. Next slide. Nelson. One of my favorite quote is about how new inventions, they don't appear in isolation. They're always community focused, and they profoundly reshape the societies around us. And when something is community focused, how can you really ensure that corporates, when you go and work at a corporate, they're not usually looking at a community. They're looking at, okay, I have this product and I need to take this product to market. So this is one favorite quote I tend to share with all the C-suite executives I work with, to inform them how the world is changing. The world is becoming more and more community-based. And all the digital assets and blockchain initiatives are all extremely community-based. There is no one CEO. The CEO is a group of people who work together to maintain an ecosystem where everybody is compensated right. It's an equitable environment. So that's how the world is moving towards. And that's why I just wanted to share that quickly here. Next slide, Nelson. So quick question, like how many of you know or have heard of this framework? So the reason I ask is I want to gauge how much I should talk about this, or if you already have, this is pretty old. It's 2007 based framework, and it's still extensively used in corporates. So I want to know how much you know so that I can cover in the appropriate depth of it.
We haven't heard of this one.
Okay, no problem. So all the large corporations, all the new companies, all the new startups, they fall in one of these four. So if you look at the bottommost, the opportunist, these are the types of corporate entrepreneurship that organically grows. So if you look at the ownership, it's not centralized. Like whoever knows the most, they jump in and they lead. This is very common in startups. And all the decision making and all the resources are very ad hoc. Nobody's planning for talent 1 year down the line. If they suddenly want, oh, let's develop this product in Visual Studios, they're immediately hiring a Visual Studio expert. So the decision making is ad hoc, the resources are ad hoc, but the ownership is very organically grown. It's more diffused. There could be many leaders. So that's where the opportunist corporates lie. And there are tons and tons of startups like that. So Plaid is one of the leading fintech startups. It's a unicorn that pretty much disrupted the entire banking industry. And they really fall into the opportunist space. If you look at the enablers are also, they don't have a hierarchy of this is the person who's going to make this decision, which is very good. But their resources, they are really planned with how they allocate resources. They have a good talent management pipeline. They have a good planning process. So there is some sort of discipline in their processes, but there is more free form decision making. And that's what an enabler does. So the enabler is, they'll give you the money to these teams to say, okay, here is the money. Why don't you go and innovate and build something for our organization? That's one form of corporate entrepreneurship. The other one, the advocate it grows organically from bottom up. Think of it this way, that one business unit leader thinks, well, I have this great opportunity for innovation, and I think my company should invest money and grow this because it will hugely impact their growth and their revenues. And so they become an advocate at a higher level. And that's there's very few companies in that space, but when they are there, they really survive, because the advocate model only works if the organization culture itself is very advanced. And I will talk about that a little in a minute. Finally, there are producers. The perfect example of a producer is US military. They are very focused. They know exactly what they want to do. They have a set budget for entrepreneurship and innovation, and they have dedicated resources planning and managing this from top down. And lots of this military-based companies like Northrop Grumman, Boeing, they all fall under the producer category. So the reason I flashed this up is we are entering in a digital age where all of this is going to change. And I will talk through the major disruptors in a bit. Next slide, Nelson. And for these companies to be able to survive, the key is adaptability. But adaptability was always a question for business model changes. That is, if there is a disruptive innovation that comes into the market, let's say debit cards was a disruptive innovation for banks. They had to come up with new types of payment rails. iPhone was a disruptive innovation, and everybody had to pivot and bring up a lot of digital apps. So adaptability is about being able to quickly pivot your organization's business model to newer products and services and channels to benefit from them. And a lot of organizations now, they are completely they're well versed in the general form of digital disruption, but with the introduction of blockchain, imagine business model changes on steroids. That's pretty much how it's going to be. It's going to be super fast, super intensive, and there's going to be a lot of winners and a lot of losers if the organization is not equipped enough to adapt quickly. Next slide, please. This over here, remember I said for advocate organizations to perform well, they have to be on the generative scale. And this is one of my favorite organization design philosophers called Bestrom. And what he has written is, if there is an organization which is top down, that is, you always have to get central authorities go ahead. It's pathological power oriented or bureaucratic rule oriented. But when an organization starts empowering their lower level employees to make decisions and bubble up innovations to a higher management, they tend to be more generative and performance oriented. And those organizations tend to overcome disruptive emerging technologies much easily. They adapt to newer markets much easily, and they're able to roll out products much more easily. Next slide, Alison. So I briefly touched upon this blockchain-driven business model changes and corporate entrepreneurship changes. But what I want to focus a little bit here is, I know the group is not an engine, like Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and 3.0. These are the different terms that are being thrown around. We are currently in the Web 2.0 world, where you can read data from the internet and you can write data from the internet. But when you write data from the internet, you're not owning your data. Your data is with, let's say, if you're using social media, your data is with Facebook or Reddit or whichever organization. But in Web 3.0 that everybody's talking about is you get to own this data. And that is going to unleash a whole new set of opportunities from a startup and innovation perspective. And when I say when you own the data, what it means is you're owning the data in blockchain. So you might ask me, how is this relevant to me? Most of the payments, most of the financial rails will change completely, and it's already changing in the US. There are now payments that you can just do on blockchain. You don't need your card, you don't need your bank account, you can just make money through crypto. And this is opening up huge commerce opportunities, huge trade opportunities across global organizations. And that leads us to, well, Web 3.0 will be on the blockchain. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this in a minute. But what Web 4.0 will be is all these different, now there's not one version of the blockchain, there's about 10 versions of the blockchain. And Web 4.0 is all these different versions of these blockchain being able to talk to each other. But we are very far from that future. So, but I just put it there. With the recent Russia and Ukraine problems, there is a fear that Russia will break apart from the internet and build its own internet. And if that happens, the commerce between global organizations will completely look different. The trade between organizations will completely look different. But what is key to note here is blockchains will play a huge role if that splinternet happens. Because the way blockchains are evolving right now is there's like 10 different blockchains out there, and different global organizations or different nations are adopting different blockchains, and that's starting to they're starting to converge with each other. Diverge from each other, and there's a lot of interoperability standards being built. Think about this like you have computer networks. When I call from the US to Europe, it goes through tons of telecommunication network that we are not even aware of, all under the ground or in the air. Now, we are entering a similar era with blockchains. Now, the data is all going to be on the blockchain, and the blockchain has to intercommunicate. There's a lot of new interoperability standards that are going to come that will drive commerce and trade in the next decade. It's something nice to be aware of, and I thought it would be important for me to share it with the group here. In the interest of time, I have 5 more minutes, so I'll just pause here and ask if you have any questions. Is everything clear to you with Web 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0? I'm happy to deep dive into anything you'd like to hear, or it could be anything apart from the presentation as well. Okay, so no questions. So I will, in that case, just wrap my session here and pass it back to Haripriya or Nelson.
Ma'am, can we ask few questions, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please
Thank
do.
The students are now requested to post your questions in the chat box.
One of the questions I see is, how do you keep up with passion every time one fails while starting a business? That's a great question, and I want to quote Elon Musk. What he says is, entrepreneurship is looking into the dark void. You're looking into the dark void of the Big Bang, and you don't have an answer, but you're making a way. So he compares entrepreneurship to building a ship in space, because it's just dark area, and you're building everything from scratch. It takes a huge toll on your physical energy and your emotional energy. And the good way to keep up with the passion is to get yourself in a community setting where you're interacting with other entrepreneurs, and you're able to form communication with them, and you interact with them, and you share your experiences, your knowledge, and also kind of motivate each other. So I've heard my entrepreneur friends and myself, we have a very good community going on where we meet often, once a month, at least on a Zoom call, to just chat, because what we experience as an entrepreneur is very different from what one would experience being in the corporate. That has really helped me to keep up the passion. And another thing I've learned is, I call this as heartbreak proof your mind. That is, you will be facing a lot of failures, but what if you're just okay with it? Like, for example, let's say you cook and your food doesn't taste delicious, but is that going to make you stop cooking the next time? No, because you need to eat. So just staring at the failure and staring at the shame is one way to get over it. I know it's easier to say this, but it's very difficult. But having good friends in the entrepreneurship space really helps. Yeah. Any other question? I rushed through that answer hoping there would be more. How to overcome internal consequences? This is also a great question, and this is also close to my heart. Is you have to listen to your gut, and you will get like 5 different opinions, all different opinions, but it's up to you. It's your life to figure out what you listen to. And when we are restricted, and it's a normal tendency to fight back, and when we fight back, the one thing that I used to fight hard. I used to get annoyed. I used to, when my family members would say you should stop doing that, when I was trying to change jobs, some of my close mentors and friends said, you shouldn't be doing that. You should stick to one job. If I had listened, I wouldn't have had the growth I had right now. But at that time, I said, okay, fine, you can give me your opinion, but it's up to me because this is my life. And having that level of grit is really important. And sometimes you will fail. You will fail choosing what you wanted to do, and that is fine, because you got to experience. You got a data point on why you failed, and you can stand back up again and try again. So I think having that grit is really important. But I would say if we fight back, we will hurt them and it will feel guilty. So to avoid all that, just hear it and just filter it from your mind. That's going to be very important as you go on. It's not let others' opinions affect us much more. I'll start with Shweta's question. Key to success. I think I tried to share as much as I can in that framework I shared. Everything I said, having extreme grit, having good relationships, being open to other cultures, cross-border communications, adopting an experimentation and explore mindset if you don't have the clarity, being extremely adaptable, and also keeping yourself timely by learning and unlearning has been one of the 5 things that has really helped me. And of course, if I dive deeper, there'll be a lot of other things, but these are the 5 success criteria according to me. Nelson posted a great question about women discrimination. This is absolutely true, and this is so real. Because, and there is a study, I have a friend who's a PhD, and she's a psychologist who's studying the entrepreneurship space and the impact on women. And what she found out, and that I have experienced as well, is women are not seen as somebody who can deliver outcomes. And the more a woman sounds girly, and the less likely she's seen as to be successful. Unfortunately, this is a terrible time for that. I myself have felt in situations where I have to sound a little bit more authoritative and a little bit more aggressive. But over the years, I realized I don't need to do that. I can be myself. And I want to be myself because I want to model that for people coming after me. And that's going to be an important part of my success, being able to bring myself wholly to work. And thankfully, with this research, a lot of things are coming to light and people are starting to understand. A lot of venture capitalists are now they are incorporating or hiring a lot of women to help them break their own biases as well. So I would say it is getting better. There is a long way to go, but don't let something that's out of your control stop you from manifesting what you want in the world. That will be my only request to you. There are still inhibitions about starting a business and how to bring up that spirit among everyone. That is very true. I wouldn't say entrepreneurship is for everybody. It depends on how much of a risk-taking capability you have and how much of resilience do you have. Because one of the key features to be able to survive entrepreneurship and be successful is being the ability to be resilient. And not everybody has it, and that's fine. Again, as I said earlier on, there is not one best path in the world, right? The path is what aligns best with you and what you like to do. So if you don't have that spirit, then it's not your vocation. And your vocation may be working in corporate and improving their entrepreneurship arm, or it could be coaching a lot of these business startup founders and incubators or venture capitalists. So there's so many different roles in the same space. It could be an advocate or a coach at a startup. It could be a mentor from a corporate perspective, or it could be starting your own company. So it's very important to find what you like to do and then align with it. Yeah, I think that was the last question, and I'm 5 minutes over the time. I would like to really thank you all for this opportunity. I'm available on LinkedIn if you have any questions. Feel free to send me questions and I will always respond. It's been an honor to be able to share all these insights with you. I wish you all the best of luck in your next few years. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the great things that you will all be doing. With that, Nelson,
Okay, Michelle, I have a quick question for you, Michelle.
Yes, Nelson.
Okay, if any student who's listening to your conversation interested to start a business in India, would you like to invest?
That's a great question. I'm, I
Yeah, you can be a co-founder here with them.
no, I completely agree, and I have been approached with such options, and I found that very interesting.
Okay.
And it's I am interested, so I hope that's my
Okay.
answer.
So guys, we finally got her on look. Any students who are looking for an investor from US, Michelle is all there. She can guide you, mentor you, who can enlighten you, and catch her. You can catch her on the LinkedIn, and she's always a person who is very cooperative and supportive, and a great friend to me as well. And Michelle, thank you so much for your time. I know it's like 2:30 p.m. at Washington DC, and for enlightening us with a lot of interesting information, so especially starting with making the students aware of how much a question matters for the students. You should ask questions. The moment you start asking questions, things will start changing a turn, right? So that's how you can grow as a women leader also. And then you were talking about the grit. You should not. You should be different from others. And you were telling about the personal quality, how influence the professional quality. That's a great takeaway. No, you as a person, if you groom yourself, you can touch everything. You become wonder. That is great. And one thing I was like terribly, astonished with one point that you said. Like so many CEOs are coming forward, they are building the community together. It's the conventional managing directors is gone. Now anyone can become a CEO. They are the true pillars of the society who's transforming the society in for a good and better way. Now the stakes and shareholding, the wealth is getting divided equally among the other key stakeholders of the company. It's just not one person making a entire wealth. That's a great takeaway, Michelle. And thank you so much for patiently answering all the questions the students are asking. And please do connect with another episode of Itiraj International Conference. Students, you also can get connected with Michelle on LinkedIn, and she is happy to inspire the young women, next generation leaders. Thank you so much. With that, myself, Nelson, signing off. I'll be catching you for the interesting panel discussion at 2:30. Guys, we wanna rock. We'll talk on all the international affairs from war to money, everything. See you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. This session was very informative, and this made us understand about all the hardships and risks an entrepreneur undergoes in the process of re-establishing an entrepreneurial structure. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of the first session.
All right. Bye, everybody.
I now request the faculty members and the core committee members to turn on your video for the group picture. Done. Thank you. I now request all the students to post your attendance in the chat box. I also request the students to leave for lunch. Please do not leave the meeting. You're requested to join back by 12:45. very good afternoon to one and all present here. We will now resume with the second session. The topic for this session is entrepreneurial opportunities, interdisciplinary appeal, retelling of the journey of inspirational women entrepreneurs. I now request our faculty in charge, Ms. Rajarajeshwari, to introduce the speaker for this session.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, Honors, and College for Women, I deem it a privilege to welcome the guest speaker of this session, Ms. Murmi Masandra. Communication is a bridge between language and people. After a strong stint of approximately 15 years in the e-publishing industry, interacting and traveling to US, UK, and Chinese clients, she chose to settle her career in training as a communication coach and train students of diverse age groups to improve communication through interactive and playback methods. Some of the programs are Communicative English, IELTS and PTE training for aspiring migrants, business English, public speaking, creative writing, and customized programs for interview and presentations. She is the owner of First 2 Minutes, and she believes Are we audible now? Hello? 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 Can you hear me guys?
Mom, your voice is not clear yet, Mom.
Hello? Is it okay? Hello? Hello?
It's still breaking, Mom.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me guys? Hello?
The voice is still breaking.
Hello? Is that okay now? Hello? Is that okay now?
No, ma'am, still it's not here, ma'am.
Hello? Hello? Is that okay now? Hello?
Ma'am, still breaking, ma'am.
Hello? Hello?
Still not clear, ma'am.
நான் ப்ளூடூத் எடுத்துட்டேன் ப்ளூடூத் எடுத்துட்டேன் பண்ணிட்டேன்
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but clear.
Hello.
It's
Yes.
clear.
Okay.
It's clear.
I
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the Department of Commerce Honors, Etraj College for Women, I deem it a privilege to welcome the chief guest of this session, Ms. Purnima Sankara. Communication is a bridge between language and people. After a strong stint of approximately 15 years in the e-publishing industry, interacting and traveling to US, UK, and Chinese clients, she chose to set her career in training as a communication coach and train students of diverse groups to improve communication through interactive and playway methods. Some of her programs are Communicative English, IELTS and PTE training for aspiring migrants, Business English, Public Speaking, Creative Writing, and customized programs for interview and presentation. She is the owner of First 2 Minutes, and she believes in learning without limits. And it dwells on the idea of making lasting inspiration through effective verbal and non-verbal communication. She customizes her training modules based on the strength of her students to produce desired results. In the world that expects students to conform to the learning tools and methods, she chose to customize training plans to suit the students' learning profile for effective outcomes. Her students vary between corporate, schools, children, and professionals. The earth is not ours, but borrowed from our children. To endorse this and to maximize the potential of youth, she conducts practical, result oriented, self exploratory training workshops that include teen talk and parent talk to enable clarity and direction to growing teenagers through collaboration, self analysis, and reflection. She spends hours of learning, teaching, and experimenting different approaches to produce results for her students. She strongly believes that intelligence can be improved and is not a genetic attribute or inheritance. Mental capacity and intelligence are interconnected and can be improved with continuous learning, enabling the mind and body to connect. Hence, she tries to adopt creative methods of critical thinking and analytical reasoning in her training programs to inspire the inherent learning spark. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invite and being a part of our conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request our speaker, faculty members, and the core committee members to turn on your video for a group picture.
Done, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, now the platform is all yours.
Thank you very much, students of Etraj College. A warm good afternoon to one and everyone present here. Am I audible? Is my voice clear to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll just start off with a presentation of. Is this visible too?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. It's a great pleasure to be part of this conference to share my viewpoints and experience as an entrepreneur. I will talk from my perspective as a small business owner and how I've come this far over the years. Before I start off, I would like to extend my gratitude to Etraj College Department of Commerce and Nelson in Research and the notable dignitaries behind this conference for providing opportunities to budding young ladies to explore and experience their individuality. I would also like to thank the Student Core Committee for roping me in here to share my insights as a small business owner in the VUCA world. Excuse me. And a special thanks to Varsha Narayanan, who caught me at the right juncture to be part of this meeting. So, inspirational stories are everywhere and for everyone. So, I believe one just have to be perceptive to them and to add them to their diet of lifestyle to keep them re-energized continuously. That's very important as an entrepreneur, being energized and enthusiastic all the way through, right from the moment we started. So when entrepreneurs means, people normally have this idea in their mind that it is the big business, it's the big bucks and big image and everything big and huge. But in my opinion, everything that is big has started as something very small. So I will talk, and I'm still a small business owner. So I'm going to talk from that perspective. And small businesses are the first step to something big in the years to come. I like to put it in quotes. It's in everyone's capacity, each one of a capacity to make a difference to this world, but only a few can and only a few do. Entrepreneurs are, in a way, trend setting for having the build and the skills to generate and contribute to economic growth through their innovations and solutions. Very often, I wondered how considerable are my solutions to this vast, wide world. But they say small drops contribute to making a mighty ocean. So it, however, took a long time for me to realize how significant I am. And that's the beauty of an entrepreneur. You evolve into a better human being, and it's happening to me. I don't want to say it happened. I like to say it's happening to me. So evolution is continuous. So I am not going to stop there. 10 years ago, if somebody asked me, or if you asked me what I wanted to do, I would have chosen to say to be a backbone of someone's startup somewhere, or probably I would have hoped to become a big shot saleswoman for some corporation working with big shots. I like that. And if ever an opportunity struck for starting up on my own, I would have shut my doors to it. That was my mentality at that time. I sure would have definitely asked for a little more independence at work, though, because when you're working in a corporate, not all your thoughts and ideas are signed off immediately. But then I believed it was too risky to invest into something that I cannot see physically. A business is not something that you can see physically, right? So, and something that I have to start from scratch, when from something abstract, I have to build something and then see it taking shape, and then only you see. So, do I have the endurance, and do I have the, am I cut for something like that, working in abstract? At work, I had everything I wanted. I was working for a Fortune 500 corporate company, high flying, well paid job. And the best part was flexible work hours and plenty of travel opportunities. I love travel, and I had plenty of travel opportunities, international and domestic. And the best part of an employee's life is no questions asked when I went, what I did. So I love it. I loved it. I was just happy doing what I knew best, closing client projects and being one of the best account managers that there were. And I was aspiring to be a good saleswoman. That was me 10 years ago. Own boss? No, definitely no. That was another world once upon a time. There were times people asked me, they talk often after when you're 30s, in your 30s, this idea starts coming up into everybody's mind. We see a lot of inspirational stories, and you've at least spent about 8 to 10 years of at work, and you're kind of beginning to feel bored. So people talk being your own boss, calling the shots, or hustling to hit goals. Wow, that sounded cool and hip. No way, that's not me. I have everything I wanted now. Besides, I did not know anything else other than talking to clients, convincing and maintaining relationships for my organizations. I was happy and better off working for somebody else. A few of my colleagues who left the jobs and who wanted to venture on their own often contacted me if I would join with them, trying to do the sales part of it for them, something, because everybody knew I wanted to be there. So they thought, she can speak good English and probably, she's dynamic, so why not rope her in? But no, I plainly rejected them. It was coming in different ways to me. I wasn't perceptive to all those things. Years later, someone, a hardcore, fanatically committed employee that I was, now I repel the idea of ever going back to work as an employee. And that is a story about to come shortly. Guys, I just want to tell you one thing. If any point in time, I know the host has given you, unmuting access. If any point in time you feel bored, just, give me a sound alert, a tick tick or something like that, because I know I tend to go on a monotone, but I've tried to keep this as interactive as possible, just as I do it with my students. All right? Okay. Tick tick is the word, huh? So now those words, being your own boss, calling the shots, or hustling to get work done, impresses anyone and kind of drives adrenaline also. If it did, it sure does for everyone. As young, new adults, you all should be feeling that, we all like that, the self appreciation of ourselves that comes from all these words. And in that case, entrepreneurship is the ultimate career goal. But how do we know what it takes to be our own boss? That's very important. If becoming a businesswoman or a businessman is as easy as what it seems, why are there very few businesses only starting up? If you look at the internet, you will find a lot of different statistics based on different factors, but only a very low percentage of entrepreneurs sprout every year. And to add this, TV shows like Shark Tank, I hope many of you watch Shark Tank. That used to be one of my favorites. Not anymore, I don't watch. Shark Tank actually was a good concept to portray it actually portrays the overnight success of college dropouts or regular people, leading us to believe that starting a business is just a walk in the park. While these shows definitely encourage youngsters to innovate and try, exploring the entrepreneurial path, what they don't tell us is a lot more than what is shown on TV. I feel this is what the young, active minds like yours needed. And so I've graphed my whole conversation in that angle. Okay, what goes behind it? And I roped in with my personal experiences because that is all I know. Okay, I've had plenty of failures, not to the extent that I was crashed and stressed, but then I was able to recover soon enough. So there are definitely questions around all this. While it all looks like a cakewalk, if you truly want to know behind the scenes of an entrepreneur, it is the most exciting journey in anybody's life. I did not choose to become an entrepreneur when I quit job. Okay, reading entrepreneur success stories of entrepreneurs, but it was not my way of entering an independent lifestyle. But definitely success stories are definitely an inspiration without doubt, and depends on what kind of motivation you are looking for. So now, on the outset, first, I just want to have a small, loosening up moment. How many of you have these light bulb moments? So what exactly is this light bulb moments is that every time we speak something or we're having conversation, hey, you get those light bulb moments. Those are called the light bulb moments when something extraordinary sparks out of it, but then it just fades away. we diffuse it very soon. So if you can take a moment to unmute yourself and contribute to something, it will be great. I'm sure everyone will have those light bulb moments. We did not act on it, but then I like you to share if you've had one. That's the first starting point of an entrepreneur. Anyone? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I did
Yeah,
have.
okay. So I'm sorry because unless I thought that this was an open conference, is it possible or would you like me to cut down the engagement? The core committee, somebody can help me understand that. I will articulate accordingly. Is it open for conversation in between?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Okay. Is there someone who want to share if they had a light bulb moment and it just faded away? Okay. So I guess no one is interested, but I'm sure this is something, it is not just about me, it is also about you there. These light bulb moments mostly happen when you're having big conversations or when you're looking at opportunities, mostly from frustrations, watching or from watching someone bring in a change that was very closely aligned to what you believed in. All right. This is me growing up. I'm sure everyone gets asked the same question just as I do, because I asked my children too. So, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was a victim of poor educational choices. I lacked the foresight. Okay? Although I knew what I wanted to be, I couldn't be there. If you look at it, that's how it is. These were the options that I was ever posed. I was allowed to pick from. But if you notice, there are some vocations like entrepreneur, horticulturist, dancer, farmer, author, musician, and there could be some more that are not even listed. There are very few options to pick from. So soon after post graduation, I landed a publishing industry. I grew up the ladder over there for many years and no looking back, enjoying life as it came until one day plans just changed and I wasn't prepared. I am the first generation entrepreneur. My ancestors were farmers, and ever there were anybody who left farming and got into a job was from my grandfather's generation, my father and uncles. All of them got into government jobs. And at your age, I was forced to take up government jobs, which I resisted. Plainly, I resisted, and my parents looked down upon me, or rather, not my parents, my circle of people, they all looked down upon me. Unless you worked for a large company, people around you did not approve you of doing anything useful for yourself or with life. Even if you enslaved 14 to 16 hours a day, which I did, and did not get paid appropriately, it was okay. It was acceptable for people. As long as you were under a big banner that was identified by everyone, you're good. Else you're a nobody. I remember my family calling me very irresponsible, that I was trying to swim against the current when I told them I was quitting my job. They said, "Why should you? You are well off here." I said, "I'm just quitting my job because for some time I need a break." "Why not take a break while you're still employed?" No, I didn't want to be there. And even more so, I was had a lot of resistance because I fully supported my husband's idea of quitting the job a little earlier the same year. In a span of 6 months, exactly 6 months, both of us chose to be independent, one after the other. I encouraged him, I supported him entirely. I said, "I'm still in the job, so go ahead and quit your job and follow your dream." So he quit. And in 6 months' time, he brainwashed me into, okay, I'm here, I'm kind of okay, why not you? And that was the time I was looking for a break. So I did too. I should admit here I was an accidental entrepreneur and never have I been more happier now looking back. And now I've never been more happier. My initial days of finding an occupation was not an easy one. I scrambled my way out in the dark. I had no direction, no ideas to get started, and I didn't have any skills. Besides that, I had this preconceived opinion about what an entrepreneur should be. And if you want to start up, you need to have big bucks. I definitely had strong opinions. And after the initial honeymoon phase of being independent was over, I regretted quitting a stable job. I wanted to go back, but I didn't go back on an impulse. And probably that was a sane decision I ever made. But I was clueless, lost with no plan, and swaying with the wind. I did things that kept me busy day in and day out. But not having to show something as an accomplishment killed me. It was indeed VUCA. The VUCA, the conference is all about volatile, uncertain, confused, and clueless and ambiguous. Everything around me was VUCA. So, what changed? What helped me to become who I am today? How did I pull it off? If I have to put it in simple words, I quit a favorite job profile, but I loved learning. I was not a book type of a person. I am more of an exploratory learner. So I loved learning things by exploring, using my hands. I had to use my hands to learn things. So I was mostly a multi-skilled person. I did a lot of other things. And you asked me to read a book and learn something, I was not able to, but it was all experiential for me. And I was a big time non-conformist in the making. With these qualities and a lot of other things going on, it became a package itself. It was complete chaos. But in the last 10 years, what followed after made me or making me a person who I am today. I'm pretty independent, resilient of all the times ever been. I'm creative. I've become more creative in the past few years. And the best part of this whole transformational process as an individual for me is an empathetic educator, and I became a good communicator. So since this is a conference about entrepreneurship, I'm not going to tell what it is and all that. But one thing I want to tell you is that I did not realize I was an entrepreneur until I was deep into it. I had this bland opinion, I already told you, right? But that came from my upbringing. And there are so many myths about it. I was just like me, you all might have so many myths too. In actuality, it is actually simple if you are self-observant in every step of your progress. For entrepreneurs, life is indeed VUCA world. And I'm here to tell about the small players and small business owners. So these are the things, a VUCA, small business and small ideas, and how the small ideas snowball into something immense eventually. It is simple. Whichever way it is, the journey takes you through a process of changing these parameters of VUCA to work in favor of you. Vision, understanding, clarity, and adaptability. So the first step that anybody goes through is this. Okay. If you want to look at a roadmap of how these things pan out for an entrepreneur, this basically is in a snapshot. Okay. These are some steps. If you have a service or a product, it can be anything. Everybody can be an entrepreneur if they are able to develop the mindset. It all starts with the mindset. So anybody can ask, so you don't have a mindset, you can't? It's not about that. It helps you to be there soon. You want to be a solo small business owner because you don't have the right kind of hands to pitch in with you, then you need a mindset. We are not allowed to leave this bubble that we develop in our heads through external factors as we grow up. The sort of bubble that is very hard to overcome, frankly. So let's have a candid conversation. Ladies, if you are able to participate, it will be very good. If you're not, I will just keep moving on because I didn't want it to be a monotone, somebody advising you. This is one thing about my workshops where I want my participants to engage wholeheartedly because takeaways are great. So I will start off. I will just pause every time I want to have questions. Otherwise, I'll move on. Okay. So what are these light bulb moments? For example, I want to give you, when I asked you, nobody came forward. Maybe, you did not know what a light bulb moment is. These are frustrations turning into opportunities. So, for example, I'll tell you one that I had as a 13-year-old. When I was a kid, my mother's strict rule was I had to oil my hair. She was very strict about it, and I hated that because oil keeps dripping because of my hair. It used to drip into my face, and I had a kind of a dusky complexion. It didn't really go well with me. But to keep dandruff away, my mother's only solution was oil. As a 13-year-old, I wanted some solution that could help me oil my hair with no least effort. So I had this beautiful design in mind. I don't know if it's out there yet. Anybody has done it in all these years? If nobody has done it, I will probably take it up. It is a comb, a sort of a comb, that comb teeth having pores that would open on pressure against the scalp. Just like you comb your hair, this would apply pressure and the oil would seep into the scalp. And all one had to do was comb the hair, and voila, your hair is oiled. All right. So this was one of many. Okay. As an adult, I grew up with all these ideas. So my husband got this name Tinkerbell for the kind of uses I find with scrap that comes out of nowhere into the house. Every house has this, stuff. So I come up with ideas. So probably creativity worked at its best. So is there anyone who want to share what your light bulb moment is? I did not work on my light bulb moment, guys. But then if you have something that has not taken shape, you could make use of this. Is there anyone who want to share? Hello? Okay. I suppose this will be a monotone. The core committee, please let me know I'm audible and I'm clear, right?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and clear.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to bore, but then there is this presentation that I want to go with, so that at least it will take out some monotony out. Great. So with this slide, we need to ask. You understand the trajectory over there, but you need to also ask some questions about it. Everyone will have something to do for the world to be a better place. But ask these questions. It will be a good guideline for you. How much time do you spend on contributing to that idea? And what skills you might require if you are a sole entrepreneur? What efforts would you put in to make that idea convert into action? So for my comb action, what is the first thing I need to do? First, I need to get an art so that I can explain and show a design to someone. What kind of investment would you like, and what strategy are you inclined on? Everyone has different take on things. Choose what best suits your mindset. Do you have the support or guidance from someone who can guide you, or are you built to do it alone? So these bulb moments diffuse over time, just asking questions. But then no sooner they spark, they also get diffused if you do not keep at it. If you're anyone like me, I've had 1,000 light bulb moments, but then, I let them diffuse also. Believe me, it is not wrong, because your brain is in the habit of coming up with opportunities every time you see. It takes 1,000 times practice to nail something that fits well with you. If you're an artist or someone who works with your hands, a skill, they would actually know, to make a masterpiece, it takes at least 999 drafts. And before I landed into training, the trainer that I am now, before that, I was into baking. A career in baking was expensive. And then I got into dress designing as well. Either of them required different set of skills, different parameters, and an entirely different way of approach and investment. One thing I had as a common goal or a promise was that I was not going full on big way, but I'm going to gauge myself. And I had my mindset to keep, I was flexible and I was able to adapt. but my approaches to both the businesses were different. Both didn't work well. Then I tried training. It was an instant hit. I was a natural. I remember during my college days, one of your math professors, Dr. Chitra, she is my classmate from school. And there are some professors in the colleges. Another Miss Khanis Fatima in SIT, if you have friends, she is in the zoology department. She is my very close friend. They would know how I used to go full on to training, and I did not know then that this is going to set my path in the years to come. These were some of the skills that your mindset, that you can train your mindset to develop. But how do we develop? What is mindset? Is there anyone who want to give any response to what a mindset is? Okay.
Perceiving something.
Sorry?
Perceiving a particular thing according to my perspective.
All right. Yes, it is perception of things and training your mind to be able to adapt towards that. Right? When sorry?
A right attitude towards things.
Yes, the right attitude. And what are the right attitudes? All these are attitudes. What I've got in display, and there could be many more. I don't know if you're able to see the last one. It's persistent. The bottommost one here, it's persistent because I see a block of thing hiding here. Yeah.
I'm trying to adapt to what is being told.
Okay. Trying to adapt to what is being told. It is the mindset. It is your approach. See, no matter what our parents tell or what the adults around us tell, we have a certain approach. We have this aptitude about ourselves, the attitude and the aptitude about us, right? Are we cut for it? Are we an energetic person? So supposing we are given some kind of a project to work on, do we have it to see it to the end of it? That is a mindset. Okay, not giving up is a mindset. Wanting to procure knowledge, no matter what. There are some people, they enjoy learning a lot. They enjoy reading a lot. Those people, you cannot put them into something very active or sports or something like that, because they are better off being knowledgeable. They are better off speaking. All these are mindsets. And how you approach failures is a mindset. Not feeling depressed about a loss is a mindset. You can train to be otherwise. All right. So intelligence, it is a capability there, but then you can improve it if you had the mindset to self-learn and want to become somebody that you are not, or you want to be there, you can do that. That's mindset. So in simple words, it's a hard climb for every entrepreneur. All right. So what exactly is the mindset? Equipping with the skills required, adapting to the problems that enable you to overcome challenges, being creative, being decisive, and accepting responsibility for your outcomes. Sometimes what happens when something happens, something broke in your house, right? Na pannala, right? How many of us do? We just want to, it's not my responsibility. That's mindset too. It's a constant need to be better than yourself. That's a continuous action that happens for yourself. All right. So this mindset develops from various challenges life throws at you. So that's why you want to be a businesswoman or a owner of a company. It's going to be a hard climb if your mindset is not in the right place. That's the reason parents always try on their young children, pushing them to do something. And sports is one area everybody, because the aptitude, the attitude of not giving up comes from sports. It builds character, because 75% of the businesses fail because of mindsets. My mindset against even taking up a business was from this deeply rooted, generation deep opinions. We are farmers, I told you, right? My ancestors are farmers. They save, they spend. That's how it is. It is so generation deep, it has almost become genetic. And I was the first generation entrepreneur, whichever side of my family you take. With great resistance and my own mental blocks, I treaded this path. There was a point in time I had to turn myself into a deaf frog that churned the butter out of to get out of my black hole, frankly. These people, entrepreneurs, they love to learn. Because if you don't go to a B school, life gives you challenges. And how will you overcome? Only by learning. It's a mindset to not give up. And when do you not give up? Only when you're equipped with skills. When life is at odds, you need the mindset to keep going on. And the love to learn things, explore new ideas, know what others are doing, how are they solving their problems will help them. What makes an entrepreneur kick off is an entrepreneurial mindset. So I like to give this an activity. Okay, just imagine in your world, and if there is anyone who want to contribute to the session conversation, it will be great. Okay, imagine you went exploring. You went to a different place, and you got disconnected from your friends or the group that you are with, and it's a foreign country, and you lost your way into the forest for a very long time until help is found. How would you find yourself without being eaten and hunted? What skills would you require to develop to come out of this no land? You don't have tools, no communication, no food, and no personal safety. Imagine this. Close your eyes. Imagine this for a moment. A sort of a castaway movie of Tom Hanks. If anybody, if you watched, if you did not watch, you should watch. Castaway by Tom Hanks. It's an old movie, at least 20 years old, but it is very relatable to this concept. Being an entrepreneur is surviving the wild. Is there anyone who wants to give some response to this? Yeah, please go ahead. Awesome.
Ma'am, so we should have proper instincts, like we should be able to trust on our instincts and move forward, and we should know how to beat our fear, like it's a unknown land for us, and if we are going to get scared or something, we'll not be able to proceed forward. So we should know how to beat that fear and get out of it, and these are the two things that came to my mind right now.
That's great. Great contribution, young lady. It's very nice that you came forward, Nirupama. Yes. Is there anyone else who want to add to Nirupama? No food, no communication. Yeah, sorry.
Ma'am, the basic thing that we have to be is to be alert, because in a no man's land like forest, we could fall prey to a lot of uncertain things. So the basic thing would be to be alert.
Yeah. All right.
And then, as Nirupama said, to trust our instincts and to move on without being engulfed by our fears.
Yes. Great. Awesome. And anyone else?
Ma'am, may I add?
Yeah, please, Harshini.
Ma'am, it will always be to expect the unexpected and be cautious. If you're going to expect expect all the dangers that might occur, there'll be chance of us escaping. And also we need to be more aware of what's happening around and pay attention to every single detail.
Great.
That would help us get out of the situation even better.
Yeah. Thank you, Harshini. I hope I'm not making as scary as it seems. But like I told you, being an entrepreneur is like being out in the wild on your own. Okay, and you want to prove yourself big. That urge to survive is exactly what every entrepreneur needs when you start on your own. This becomes your basic instinct. Survival becomes your basic instinct. When you come out alive and strong, a person is made. You as a person is made. This is exactly what it feels to become like an entrepreneur. By the time you are an entrepreneur, from 10 years back, I think I'm a better person in many, many ways than what I used to be. Adventures make our life adventures make living worthwhile. All right. So, breaking stereotype, hardwired ideas, you become what you believe. I had this great grand opinion that I told you, right? Big investments and big businesses. I needed the conviction to believe I was one. I was an entrepreneur. That I was because of my upbringing. I had this hardwired ideas. I was, and I started thinking I'm just a normal trainer. When I started communication training, I said I was a normal trainer, and so I remained one for a very long time. When I chose training, I tested waters as a freelancer. So I was unsure of my work. I was exploring. I was experimenting, and so were my payments. Years later, I took an alternate take with the training, and the experience was different. The work spoke for itself. I could feel my growth. I believed I was making a difference in my approach, which is very personal to me. And what I believed, I started becoming. I became a brand. When you become a brand, when you think of yourself as a brand with a unique service or the product, your path is not uh, still clear, but you have a great direction. Okay. So what you become, what you believe is what you become. So how do we go about this? To get started with entrepreneur as an entrepreneur, you don't need to, so that is set, right? You don't need anything big. So let's start. What are the first steps after your light bulb moment? Follow your first instinct. What drives you to that? This is often called vision. Many people call this vision. I don't want to go into big jargons. I'm not a big fan of big jargon, so I like to keep it simple. Identify your key service. What drives you to go after it? What is your specialty and why do you want to do it? What is that quality you wish to showcase? Now, I'm telling you, I don't want you to imagine big words, infrastructure, workforce, investments, stakeholders. No, I don't want to do that. If you want to change the world, start by making your bed. My favorite quote. And I have been making my bed ever since. I mean it, girls. It's not just a fan talk. Admiral William McRaven said this in the University of Texas in Austin for a college valedictorian function. But what's the connection here? You want to change the world, make your bed. What's the connection? Simple. Start simple. There are so many things I derive out of this in different workshops, but then for the purpose I'm using this quote today is for its simplicity. So you look at this list, you will see a lot of common household names. They all started by providing a simple solution or a lack thereof. Most often they sprouted from a frustration. I came to read an example I'll give you. Ola, the cab service, started when its founder, Bhavish Agarwal, was abandoned on the highway while traveling between Bangalore and Bandipur. Imagine yourself what you would have done. Whether you would have started a cab service too. Would you? If that is not your thing, you wouldn't. That's not my thing. I'm not into cab service. That's why I'm not in there. In my case, if you look at it, my instincts drew me. My break came when other parents from my son's class started asking me to train their kids. Until then, I was teaching adults and I was training IELTS, and I was still looking for more work. I was desperate looking for freelancers to hire me. But my son at school was already reading books with ease. He was just 6 years old and he was able to read small sentences. That was good for his age. So parents started asking me, although at that time I did not consider that I had a skill set and whatever I could do was valuable. That was a spark. I grabbed the opportunity what lay in front of me. Opportunities are lurking around the place. Just got to have the right eye for it. Your interest, common consumer needs and wants, they become your starting point most generally. Sometimes surveys, articles, questionnaires can spark an interest. Conversations can spark an interest. being aware of areas in the entrepreneurial scope is always handy. So I just thought I'll list a few of them because there are many things that I did not know even was possible, like resume writing, career approach, and there are course creation. I did not know until very recently that course creation was one of an opportunity that is out there for grabs. Before you embark into anything, test your waters. Approximately 70% of the businesses fall within the first 3 to 5 years, which means that an overwhelming majority of great ideas don't lead to lasting success. With the kind of mental block I had about business and investment, investment seemed like a big affair to me. I first wanted to gauge myself if I could handle what it takes to be a businesswoman. I wanted to explore if I was passionate about what I was offering. So I took calculated risks. Training was not the first business, like I told you, right? I got into baking and fashion designing. I was not even a certified person in that. So I was someone very small spec. They were not failures, but I was wary of my passion fading. One thing that I learned, if there is anything, is that my passion was fading with doubts and roadblocks. Careful deliberation, minimal investment from my pocket helped me gauge my thing. Before I got into before I got into communication training, the baking business was organic home baking for pastries and chocolates. Between 2011 and 14, I was burnt out with no promising results for the effort and the money I put in. Cost-effective organic bakes wasn't a viable strategy at all unless I downgraded or went down on my promise, or I had rich clients willing to spend. I wasn't ready to compromise on the quality of the bakes because children were my clients. Cakes are loved by children and youngsters more often than adults. So I was not ready to compromise. And marketing wasn't my business model. It wasn't my forte, rather. I realized it wasn't my thing. Before I decided to wind up with baking and designing, I started training them for others because I knew this. If you had the thing, go ahead and explore. If you had the support, money, and the courage to go big, go ahead. I will train you. So I did that. And slowly, I was testing waters with English parallelly. When my husband clued me into teaching English for Chinese and Filipinos, there was a need. There's online places. So research led me into first exploring academies in Chennai. So I first had this thing, let me explore if this passion lasts, or is it something again I'm going to change in a couple of years. So from a business class delegate flying international, I started from basics, from scratch as a freelance trainer, from meager hourly fee. I soon felt the power of being an educator. Standing there as an educator made me feel good. I remembered, I relived my college days. So I loved interacting with this, like you, people like you, enthusiastic students who are full of hope to doing something good and they want to speak fluently. So with basic training, and my creative attempts, I managed a good 2 years in training, and there was no looking back since then. I knew it. This is it. But I wasn't enough for that. I took a small break, and then after that, I was never getting hired. I was broke the third time with no training opportunities. But I loved training. So finding a decent pay for work was very hard. There were opportunities. There were people who were wanting to hire me for 75 rupees and 100 rupees an hour. And that was very demeaning to me because I knew I did good work. So I was not going to lower my standards by getting paid less. So I self-trained. I learned teaching and the best ways possible. I tried with my children. And soon parents from my kids' school were asking, and to keep myself busy, I took up the class. And that was my big break in a small crack. And I had major takeaways from that. Okay. I learned to network, and I did not want an investor. So it had both advantages and disadvantages. I did not want to tie up with friends. I was unwilling to lose the valuable resources I cherished over the years. Nor did I want to lose the money that I saved. So no big investments. Both money and friends were valuable to me. I had grown up watching people and friends falling apart trying to be in business together. So never start with friends if you don't have the same. Your knowledge of the business that you're going to start is never sufficient. Keep learning more. Partnership with only people who are equally invested in your idea. Else, go slow, go solo. In my case, I pictured over time that I will end up being a corporate again where opinions will clash if I had partners. I may not have the say later on. It happened even to many world leaders, organizations in their own organizations. I didn't want to give away my intellectual hard work and property to partners. So if yours is a service or a product that requires investment or a physical workshop, drawing a business plan will help out. List out roles and responsibilities. How much money you would want to start. Plan a strategy with the partners that you want to take in. Or the recruits, writing a framework of your business idea. And if your business requires a physical location where you can have visitors, find a good location. And if your idea requires patent, like my comb, the self-oiling comb, take the processes into consideration and seek advice. This is the point where exactly concept develops. There were 3 outcomes in my case. Both my initial ventures were solo too. I could not trust anyone. But because I considered the value in their friendship, I took calculated risks. I could sustain with minimal losses. The baking equipment I started using for my own personal use. Although I was burnt from both the first 2 businesses, I figured that the sales experience, the corporate experience and the sales sophistication I shaped up into during my business life, I discovered what I lacked. Street smartness. You need to be able, who your clients are. Are you able to talk? My customers are no longer international clients. My customers are parents. My customers are people who can't speak English and who are looking to improve themselves. The model was a B2C model and the negotiation skills had to be developed. When I started my career in training, I was wary of the things, but I wasn't wary of the business aspects of the trade. It is never enough if you are a best trainer, but not knowing the business model and how to run your business can actually ruin you. So I needed to improve as an individual. Communication skills, negotiation skills, I worked on them. So these are the things that I invested in. The resources. In my case, my resource was training skills, which was the core of my business model. The better trainer I was, more students I enrolled. This time, I did not invest in terms of juice, money, but in learning, different types of learning. I built my resources, introspected few questions. What is the differentiating factor that some students produced results and while others could not? What helped a student learn? I posed myself as a devil's advocate and answered on behalf of my students. Putting my client's need ahead of me helped me plan what resources I needed. I sought out books that taught me about raising children to learn independently. Sort of books like that. All responses needed one particular term, empathy. An empathetic trainer became my specialty. And then pandemic hit, and then it opened a lot of doors to offer training across the world. And within the confines of home, I could reach out to students in Dubai, US, Mexico, 1 or 2 from Mexico. I reoriented myself to be able to connect with different cultures through self-evaluation, upskilling. So these are the terms you need to be investing yourself in. I told you, right? I'm solo entrepreneur. I brought out new programs like creative writing, public speaking, coding, and even financial investments for beginners. So experiences were priceless. Again, during my second leg, it was like walking through a landmine, scrambling my way up for stability and personal pitfalls. I could not allow, but here the major drawback was I could not compromise on leaving my students without results. I could not allow my learners going without help. It was important. That was one thing that was uncompromisable, and I stood to every promise. I drew my perimeter, the second level, second tier perimeter contacts by contacting me for work. The first network, I told you, right, the immediate friends and the immediate circle of contacts, you do not base your business based on those people. So this is where my second perimeter contact started growing. Creativity breeds flexibility. My clients are students of different age groups and parents of children. So creativity is the heart of my work. It is the heart of any business. How can you do things differently? One common feature in my platform is that uh, behind every learning difficulty of a student, there was stress involved, because there is a lot of the stress coming from achievement. I wanted to make a difference to the learner, so who sought my service? I was still going at a very slow pace, with my marketing strategies being very primitive. I continued my work with zeal and commitment, and parents started noticing the differences made to the child. The advantage of working with different age groups was it stops you from aging. I enjoyed this feeling, being able to connect with youngsters, and with a teen of my own, I was learning to be a better parent. I was growing and a lot of avenues started opening up with young aspirants. Organic sessions were an attractive feature of my training sessions, and they are different from the mundane adherences. Every session I tell them, the only rule is no rules. Like I told you, right? Any point in time you feel bored, tick tick. So this is one code word we have, tick tick. The adults or children, same rule goes, and they could choose to be in their comfort zone. Even in an in-person session, they could sit the way they want as long as they were learning. They could have anything as their mojo in their hand, something to hold on to. They are free to do that. You can alter the series. You don't have the privilege of altering the seriousness of your exam, but you can make learning fun, right? So I did that. Testimonials started pouring in. So these are some of the pictures I want to share. Parents started feeling that the children were playing more than actually they were learning. We had games just out a flick of a second. We were coming up with games, and children would come up, man, we'll do this. All these little ones, they call me auntie. I have not shared any teenagers for want of permissions from their parents. So adults and teenagers, I did not. Small children, I have permissions to share these pictures, so I share them. Role play activities. We went out. We digressed. We learned. We had absolute learning room for creativity in learning. And this is when I started having testimonials. I had my vision developing in the field of education. I was homeschooling my younger child, and that gave a lot of opportunity to be creative. Teaching children was more fun actually than teaching adults, and I was an unregistered banner in a small rented place, Chirping Bookworms English Club. I could try some small chunks of methodologies and derive some good outcomes, and learning was purely fun. So in 2 to 3 months, parents were actually seeing results, children speaking fluently and overcoming difficulties. And this was my moment of discovery. Learning is fun, and books became our favorite part-time. These testimonials kept you going. It is a cyclical process that contributed to staying motivated. Some teachers said, you're a great teacher and we want to come back. And they came back. Students came back after years. And it was great doing what you love. So if you are a business owner, you need to love what you're doing. Innovations that you come up with different creativities that you come up with at work, not only makes it interesting for you, it engages the clients as well. That is very important. Finally, this is one big thing that I enjoy: celebrating mistakes. I didn't go to a B school to become an entrepreneur. With my only co-principle was minimal monetary investment, and so are the losses. So celebrating mistakes, I was not dejected when some of my approaches did not work. After all, Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs also led successful companies without college degrees, B school or college degrees. So our mentality needs to essentially, shift focus according to that, being sensitive and receptive to the changes and making amendments, bringing necessary outcomes as an entrepreneur. They make you stronger. What's your specialty? What's your appeal? What can you give to the customer? For me, it was very hard. And yet, I wanted to do that. I had downtimes, lot of downtimes. I used my time preparing and equipping with skills, patience, perseverance, and positivity. All three paid off. As an educator, it was very important for me to understand the requirement of my student, what it is. It's an essential skill. With that ability, a good trainer is able to bring the necessary outcomes with less stress. That was my specialty. Flexibility is important as an entrepreneur. You need to have your mind and body flexible enough to have the world support in your vision so that they continue to be your clients. So empathy is the pulse, having empathy to understand the pulse of your clients is important. So these were some of the drives. I worked on customized training, and my company, First 2 Minutes, is right now going through revamping with reorganization. The portal will be up soon to reach a wider audience for more learners to experience the joy of learning. With a year spent in necessary foundation, carefully treading, I kind of am ready for my next launch. Who knows, sometime soon I will be there to restart my baking and dress designing as well. So the latest developments in the past few years since the pandemic is more learning outcomes. Rome wasn't built in one day. So was my journey as an entrepreneur. I'm self-evaluating all my way through. Resilience and risk management, marketing skills. I have improved so much since my first attempt. I don't know, 10 years ago. I barely did any marketing at that time. I waited upon people to talk on my behalf. Now I don't care who speaks for me. My work speaks for itself. My documentations, my writing, my write-up works and speaks for itself. It's a startup recipe. Okay. In my opinion, entrepreneur is like a ball set in motion. It rolls by its nature of force and momentum until it hits a roadblock. By the time it reaches a roadblock, you are already in the game and you know what it takes to keep rolling. Foreseeing the inevitable blocks and working accordingly and reorganizing yourself. In the meantime, you would have become the soul of your business and your business yours. Thank you. That's your special ingredient.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a great motivational session for us, which gave us youngsters a fair idea about how entrepreneurship is involved in every field and how women entrepreneurs thrive in today's societies by breaking various barriers. The students are now requested to post their questions in the chat box.
Yeah, I can see there are some messages. There is small text. Let me wear glasses. I'm old, I tell my students I'm 86 years old, and that cracks up. I'm not 86 years old, but then, yeah, I have to wear. What kind of threats arises for women entrepreneurs, and how can we overcome those challenges? Threats, it all depends on the kind of work that you're in. See, I'm into training. It's always indoors. If I'm in a physical environment, I'm indoors. And otherwise, uh, pandemic has helped us stay safe indoors in the confines of your home. So whichever way it is, for me, safety wasn't ever an issue. But of course, there are, as a woman, I did have small encounters with creepy men trying to approach us, because the more a lady is very engaging in a conversation, the students sometimes, yeah, young boys, they sometimes get taken up. So this was a kind of threat. But then, knowing where to draw the line and how to build that space, the space between the others, not letting others inside, helped me. So if you can post me what kind of a work environment you're looking at, you should be able to tell me that. I should be able to help you with that answer. If it's going to be outside, let's say if it involves travel, okay, learning a bit of self um, self defense is definitely helpful. Self defense is inevitable for women who are out there exploring. So I would like to know, physically you should not hurt yourself. And on a moral way, it depends on, as a woman you're considered as a person naive, incompetent. This is a challenge. They don't, in a room full of trainers, in my perspective, let's take, okay, there are a group of men and a group of women trainers, but it always goes that the men are given the first. So you don't um, respond to that by giving importance to that. You continue doing what you want. If you truly have the conviction that I know what I'm doing, I know what is my specialty, okay, people will give you the respect. That is a threat that can be shooed away very easily. And then physical threat, I spoke about self defense. Whereas the moral, like I told you, women's ideas are not given, but believe me, women's ideas are practical ideas. They are very sensible, and you don't have to really worry about what threats it is if you know the person that you are. The next question from Ritika. Thank you, Divya, for that question. Threat question for women entrepreneurs. Ritika Arunachalam says, how to balance your personal life commitments and passion to pursue career of your choice. Ladies, as a woman entrepreneur, let me tell you, you should, when I spoke about flexibility, it's not flexibility with at flexibility in ideas alone. Flexibility in your mind also comes. Okay, I am cooking all day, I am working all day, I am taking care of my kids all day. With pandemic, there is no defined line between work, kitchen, uh, um, caring for children, caring for elderly parents. There is no fine distinction. I'm doing this all the time. I learned to be flexible. I've become more flexible. There are times I have to deal with stresses also, with my own stresses, work affecting my stress. There is no personal life when for people like me. But then, you have an office set up, and you are going to, this is a slight downside being an entrepreneur. But believe me, in this times, in this current situation with corporates, even as an employee, I remember as an employee myself, working with US and UK clients, they gave me a phone where I could conference in with customers. I was even though I finished working my 9 hours schedule at work, and work extended hours, another 1 or 2 hours on rare days with conferences, I came home and I continued working, taking conference calls, because my US client was somewhere in the PST zone and his convenient time was 3 o'clock in the morning. So where is the definition of personal life when you were an employee? You're not. When you're working for somebody else and you are slaving yourself for them, why not do it for yourself? I will be glad to do that for myself. Yes, personal time is something over years you learn to adopt it, and you should be able to tackle it. Follow your style, follow your instincts. Thank you, Rishita, for that. And Varshita Shri has um, a question. While teaching your children or clients, you said you engage them with different ways to make learning fun. What was the most effective method? Or could you give us a tip or something to make our exam preparation more fun? Girls, I have to tell you something. I told you, right? I was not a book person. I was more of a hand person. So my learning was very difficult for me, mugging up and learning things was very difficult. So I had this mind mapping techniques. Everybody has their own mind mapping techniques. I am not getting into the details of mind mapping, but relating things, how you could make a story out of everything. This is one tip I teach my students if they have to prepare for their speeches in public speeches. Make it like a point system and connect them with stories, like a story. So if you're learning your concepts in commerce or whichever subject you're learning, make it actually, if you notice, as I'm speaking, I get this idea. Every concept that you're learning in college as a concept of a lesson has evolved. It's a story by itself. It's a sequential order. Everything has a, you can draw a workflow, like, this block leads to this block, so does this block lead to another block. So if you have these interconnecting segments and you're able to, okay, I finished this block, so this is what I have clarity. The takeaways from this block is this. Move into that next. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, when you have it as point system, you will be able to, because these are segments and they are segments arranged and colors come in handy. Okay, believe me, schedules come in handy with colors. You're highlighting, this is most important. If you look at my materials, something when I'm learning to prepare, I go prepared for all my talks like this, and the things that I want to highlight are there. When I keep looking at it 3 or 4 times, I remember them as blocks. The colors help you. So this is a green block. I had something there. Your mind maps to the color and the content inside that. That's one thing. Okay. So if you ask me for a tip for learning, this is the tip that I can give you. And what was the most effective method where learning was fun was through games. Okay, I had games. I showed you in one of the pictures, right? We played Scrabble. So that was a very interesting game. I had pieces cut up, again, pieces, blocks of pieces, and they were like flashcards, small, tiny bits of flashcard. I just strewn them away. And my classrooms never had chairs and tables because of the free movement that children love to have, or even learners for that matter. When we had adults, we had long tables. They had this C-shaped formation, so they could look at each other at any point, and I was in the middle. So these were strewn or put in a bowl where people can pick in. So we had to make word orders. So in communication, word order is very important. So, putting the order, and then, do you think this order is right? Ask yourself that question. When I did that, okay, ma'am, something is not just sitting well. Yeah, find the word, find the connecting word. I never call grammar as grammar. I don't say prepositions. I don't say adjectives. Then you are trying to find what is adjective. Oh, adjective is a describing word. Okay, fine. I have to describe. Oh, what is describing? Okay, tall, short, colors, big, small. No. When I teach them, I tell them describing words. At least, I took away 2 steps out of it. Instead of 4 steps, now they have, okay, I tell them, can you tell your sentences with a describing word? I use actions. Okay. So I tell them this is a very common feature in all the communication programs. So we talk like, normally when you ask a student, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, these are the answers. So did you have fun at the holiday? Did you you went for a vacation? So how was your holiday? Good, ma'am. Fun, ma'am. That's the answers I get. So I say, can you make it bigger? Can you make it longer? Make every use of your opportunity to speak longer sentences, shorter, longer sentences. Over time, you're making shorter, shorter, correct sentences, not longer sentences, shorter, correct sentences. Over a period of time, when you're making short, correct answers, where structures are good, you start building them. You develop, rope in some uh, transitions, so that you speak, your listeners are not bored. Always keep the listeners in mind and what makes it interesting. Once you're in the game, I think creativity is something, it just comes. It's all about perception. Creativity is all about perceptions and giving importance to that small spark that just comes in your head. And very many times I keep slipping on them, but being perceptive to that is the only way to go forward. Varsha has my number. If in case you want any doubts or skills, doubts or clarifications, you can always ping me in, and I'm happy to help you with some tips and support. All right. I see there are no more questions. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for answering all our questions with so much of patience. With this, we come to the end of the second session. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, guys. With this, I want to give my final thank you to the core committee member and the college dignitaries and everyone who has put in their effort making this happen. And thank you very much. And I consider this as a great honor to be part of this international conference of women entrepreneurs in the VUCA world. Thank you once again, and good talking to you all. Best wishes. Bye. Is this the point where I drop off, or is there more to come? Should I wait on the call?
We have the next session starting, ma'am. If you would like to witness it, you can always be available here.
Okay, so I can mute myself and stay invisible until the next session starts.
Yes,
isn't
ma'am,
it?
sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Bye.
On behalf of the Department of Commerce Honors, I'd like to thank our principal, Dr. Tirumadi S. Kodai, for joining us amongst her busy schedule. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us.
Hi guys, am I audible to you? Nelson here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me confirmation the other speakers have joined. I just want to check whether my PPT is working. I mean, I don't have any slides. It's a default PPT. Can I check that now?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
It comes as an entire screen. All right. It comes as an entire screen, and I just want to check the audio quality. I'm going to present a video. Just tell me whether the audio of the video is able to listen by guys. Are you able to listen to the audio?
From the video, no, but we hear you.
Okay. The technical team, I think there's one person who's coordinating with me in the WhatsApp. Please have the video and play the video.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Santina. Hi, Katrina. Hi, Isabel.
Hi.
So glad to see you guys.
So fancy, Nelson.
Okay. Santina is my good friend. Also studied with me, so she tried to pull my legs.
Hello, Isabel. Hello.
Okay. All that you want me to do, Santina, to remove my waistcoat. Is it fine?
No.
Okay. So it's a very morning for you guys in Germany and Ireland. Thanks for joining from. Hi, Isabel. It's a beautiful background you got. The green color matches your profile.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here and looking forward.
Yeah, I too also got some leaves for you. Especially for you.
Yeah, that's capturing a lot of CO2. That's good.
Okay, the technical team, just make sure the video which you present have the audio. So I sent a video file. Who's handling the technical team? May I know the good name, please?
So I'm Sneha, sir. I'm president.
Hi, sir. Okay, you got my video over WhatsApp, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you want to see it once, sir?
Just play the video. We all want to know whether the audio is played or not.
Yes, 1 minute.
No audio is not. We are not able to listen to the audio.
Challenges in your job. See, like right now in the Indian Army, we are
Okay, cut. Yeah, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I also sent you a high definition video link. You can download it from the drive also. Okay, in case if you want to play it in high definition. As well, the one which I sent in WhatsApp is also good quality. That will also play very well. All right, and with my fellow speakers for the event, Tina, Isabel, and Katharina, do you have any slides to be checked or any video to be played before to check the quality of the slides and videos?
I have a back of slide, but are just graphs. I did also yesterday the technical trial with the.
Okay, no problem. That works for me. Okay, and Katrina and Isabel, do you have any PPTs or any deck to show? With Katrina and Isabel, any presentation or any videos do you have to show?
For me, it's a bit spontaneous. So if you'd like to see a few slides, yeah, I would love to share it with you and to give you some insights about what we are doing and who we are and what we solve.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So with further no delay, we can start Haripriya.
Yes, sir. We will now resume with our third and final session. This session will be in the form of a panel discussion. The topic for this session is rendezvous with women leaders, combating climate crisis, averting hearsays, and an insight into the global economic condition. I now request our faculty in charge, Ms. Haripriya J, to introduce the panel members for this session.
Thank you, Janani. I'd like to introduce our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Nelson Lovin. He is the founder and CEO of Nelson Research Private Limited. It's a tech R&D startup. So he is a research entrepreneur carrying on research in science and technology through creativity and innovation, and holds 40 plus awards and honors from national and international forums. He is a distinction holder from Anna University, completing BE Electronics and Instrumentation Engineering, and has also received the Indian International Award from Indian National Academy of Engineering, New Delhi. Owing to his impeccable research work on the Maritime Broader Indicator, he received a special appreciation from the former President of India, distinguished Indian scientist and father of missile technology, Bharat Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, at the Raj Bhavan, Chennai, in the year 2012. Mr. Nelson was inspired to work on technology research while he was pursuing his final semester along with his internship at the Washington Center, Washington, D.C., USA. This later turned out to be his career of choice, leading to which he gave up on his US dreams and came back to India to pursue the same. Since then, he has dedicated his life to carry on research for the betterment of humankind. He was an awardee of the International Scholarship Award for the Prudential Foundation in Washington, D.C., United States of America, in the year 2015. We have with us the first speaker for the panel discussion, Ms. Isabel Areens, is the founder of World for Climate with the objective of uniting the world for joint action. She is graduated from Vienna University of Economics and Business with a bachelor's degree in Applied Sciences and Business Administration and Management. She also holds a double Master of Arts in International Business from CBS International Business School with a concentration on strategic management and consulting. She started her company in October 2021 After, she decided to create a social collaboration media for climate action based on result and further discussions with people. She has also worked in worldwide companies ranging from startups to large corporations from Berlin to Shanghai. The second speaker for the session is Ms. Katrina Flimkett, who is a co-founder for Facts for Friends, a fact-checking platform that aggregates the distributes information. Ms. Katrina holds bachelor's degree in business administration as well as a master's in entrepreneurship and innovation management. She started her first company at the age of 18 and went on to work for consulting firms and startups. She started Facts for Friends in March 2020, just before the pandemic, after recognizing the urgent need for accurate information and facts. Through several social media channels and unique platforms such as SharePics and videos, Facts for Friends strives to provide more user-friendly fact-checking content. She is also a member of the Digital Democracy Alliance, which aims to pool resources and skills in the journalistic and political fields since 2021. I would like to introduce Ms. Santina Burakwa, a third speaker for this session. She is an economic advisor manager at Ernst & Young, Dublin. She graduated from London School of Economics and Political Science with Masters in Public Policy. She has conducted various research programs from Women's Forum for Economic and Society. She has also led a project in order to support Help Age, a non-profit organization that advocates for old people's rights. While she worked as a policy analyst at Capestone Project, she identified the current challenges in regulating fintech market in Central Asian countries. She is also involved in the analysis relating to financial architecture, global emergency, and inclusive growth since 2020. She has been creating an impact in the entrepreneurial world through her research and analysis. I welcome you all for the session.
Okay. Thank you, Priya.
I now request our moderator, our speakers, faculty members, and the core committee members to turn on your video for a group picture.
So you should all smile. Done, huh?
Done. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Panel members, the platform is all yours now.
Okay, thank you so much, Haripriya and the whole fraternity of Etiraj to host such an event. It gives me an immense pleasure to host today's event and being a moderator with eminent speakers from the world, Katharina, Isabel, and Santina. So Katharina and Isabel coming from Germany, and Santina native from Italy, and she is also made from different parts of the world. Right now, living in Dublin, Ireland. Thank you all for joining the session. So today we want to speak about entrepreneurship, leadership, how this is transforming present society, especially in the times of pandemic, warfare, how the economic turmoil is going on, how women leaders are being creating the impact in the present society. Okay, shall we start? Okay, starting with Santina.
Yes, actually, Nelson, you said you talked about leadership. Actually, is what we are trying to find in this world. I think that especially in this work context, what is still where we are still struggling is to find a kind of leader that is going to be like a negotiator to try to find a way out of this humanitarian crisis, first of all. Because we are here to talk about also what is going to be like the impact on entrepreneurs and on markets, on the society overall. But first of all, before being a crisis related to the business, is a humanitarian crisis, both in terms of human that are losing their life, human that are escaping from Ukraine to go to everywhere in Europe, actually, and yes, and also from a military point of view. So what we are desperately looking for is now like some leaders. Actually, what links me to this question is about that we are still struggling in identifying what is going to be the word, because maybe this word is going to kind of shake the current equilibrium. I'm talking from a geopolitical point of view, because we are saying that now there are some movements in Asia, and I'm thinking to the role that India can have. Actually, we are seeing that Russia is has an ally with China, as not an explicit ally with India, but we have to look at what is going to happen in the east. For sure, like also Emirates are starting not to try to show themselves, and the Western country, the Western part of the world is trying to identify what is gonna be its future. So leadership is something that we will need to jump in the world of the future.
So very well, you brought the point of warfare, the present warfare happening between Ukraine and Russia, where Germany is trying to make some of the peace talks at Berlin, right? Germany trying to play a good cop in this situation and taking all the refugees also into their community who are migrating from Ukraine. So Isabel, who's coming from climate change program impacts, who continuously study about climate changes, okay, because of this war, okay, do you think the environment got affected?
Oh, actually, thank you for this question. Like we discussed it in World for Climate app. This is the app we developed to connect the world for collaborative climate action. So every one of you is invited as well, because this is something we say is a global effort to be done. We cannot solve the climate crisis nationally, and we should work very closely together to achieve it and collaborate. So this is in World for Climate app, and we had the discussion about the war. And over there, we saw a few consequences for climate change. One is that Europe is now much faster to switch to renewable energies, especially Germany. Why? Because we were very dependent and are still from Russia, which is currently quite a danger in regards to our energy. This problematic with the war now shifts our understanding that we have to be much faster in becoming independent and switch to renewable energies by 2035, 100%. This is a good outcome out of it. It's, let's say, maybe two bad things also. One is the media shift. So all of the attention and people's support and action is now on this war and supporting refugees to enter Germany and integrate themselves, but also in Europe, what is great generally, but the media attention shifts. No media at all, at least in Germany, about climate change anymore. There's more soccer than climate change.
Okay, the moment you brought point media, we have a better person to answer, Katrina. So Katrina, you talk about what you do, what is your company is doing, what services offering, and especially at this pandemic, because I know that you started your venture in pandemic, right? Crossing the pandemic, you helped people to filter the news in social media, and now the war is going on between Ukraine and Russia. Okay, as Isabel pointed, because of this war, one good thing happened, where Europe market was depend on for oil and gas with Russia. They're trying to move to renewable source of energy. Am I right? But every day we see so many newses about Ukraine and Russia. Okay, it is something like some media quoted Nazi kind of attack. Okay, some people are saying that no, genocide is happening. Do you think these are true? And how is your company working? Because I know 24/7 you're working on this, your company. And how do you filter the news?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Just very happy to be here today. Yeah. So, I mean, speaking of 2020, when Facts for Friends started, we initially started because there was so much information that we called it pretty much an infodemic, not just a pandemic. And people are very quickly taken off guard. They don't know what to trust, what to believe. And we have the social media algorithms, you know, on Twitter, on Instagram, especially on TikTok. There's so many opportunities nowadays to like phase in propaganda and fake news into whatever people consume, especially also with younger people who don't really know how to differentiate between good sources and bad sources. So it's quite a challenge. And talking about Isabel before with the climate, our focus was before the pandemic. In between, it was shifting a bit more towards climate, because the pandemic we pretty much covered and still cover, because, you know, it's still ongoing, but like the biggest wave of the misinformation was taken down. And now the focus is back onto the war, and we actually created an initiative with the Digital Democracy Alliance called Focus on Ukraine. So it's pretty much an information hub with a lot of fact checks, with a lot of background information on what's going on, with verified Twitter accounts reporting on the war, because the situation, I feel, is way more complex than some people seem to believe. So it's really not black and white. There's a lot of nuances, and we see propaganda being put onto the platforms from both sides. And so it's very hard to navigate. And what the best we can do is offer our resources to do the fact checking, so you can really quickly find out if something's true or not, but also to give people the tool to determine themselves, is this a reliable source? Does this look like a video that could actually be true? Or do some things not match or add up? And so it's two sides. One side really combating fake news that come onto the media each and every day in masses. And on the other hand, actually giving people, you know, the tools themselves to figure out and navigate in a better way.
Okay, how you are different from the existing social media? See, even in Facebook or in Instagram, Twitter, there is a report mechanism. This is fake news. You can flag this is inappropriate. How your service is different from their service, and what motivated you to engage in this business?
So Facebook does work with the same fact checkers, for example, that we work together with. So it's from the International Fact Checking Network. It's a global network with verified and high quality fact checkers. What differentiates us? Well, first of all, we are very much against censoring. So we believe in an open discourse, and we believe that it should happen based on facts, not on false information, but that this discourse is very necessary, especially in democracies. And what Meta has done, so Facebook has done increasingly, Twitter is doing, YouTube is doing, they're censoring, they're taking down platforms, they're deplatforming individuals, which we don't believe should happen. And also what we do is we provide a tool to share fact checks outside of the platforms. So our platform, we, for one, navigate within the platform. So we do have our own social media channels. We're quite big on TikTok, for example, but we also have our platform so that you can share it into WhatsApp chats, into Telegram groups, wherever it's needed the most. So it's not just stuck to one platform where you're facing the information. And what motivated me, actually, speaking about WhatsApp, my dad received at the beginning of the pandemic, like weird chain messages. You've probably come across these in like bigger groups, maybe from family members or from, I don't know, old school pals or something. And you're not really sure if it's true. Like the WhatsApp message I'm talking about that motivated me to start Facts for Friends was saying that some doctor in Canada reliably states that if you can hold your breath in the morning for 10 seconds without, you know, having to breathe or cough, you're not infected. And that just didn't seem off. But my dad was obviously didn't know what exactly to do with this information. Should I spread it more? Should I share it with more people? Because this is like a very good, you know, insight. Or is there something off about it? And there was no really, source to go to quickly check, okay, can I trust this or not? And that's kind of, because it's like from personal experience that I started Facts for Friends.
Okay, you wanted to start this. What are the challenges you faced in the beginning? Because it is not easy. I'll come to Isabel next. Okay, so what are the challenges you faced in setting up, because you come from women, whole community of women, represent women community. I don't think that sometimes people in India believe that women in the Western or in Europe are more comfortable in starting a business and making it successful. I believe that even it's challenging over there. So how do you gather the team? How do you make your team to believe in your vision?
So there's some factors, but I think what it comes down to is intrinsic motivation and persistence. Because being an entrepreneur, there's lots of roadblocks that are headed your way. It's just in the nature of the, thing. So what I really think is you have to believe in yourself first and foremost. And you also have to ask for help. So I'm someone, I reach out to people. I get in contact even with people who are like so superior or senior, where I'm just like, they're probably not going to answer. I would actually encourage everybody here to, if you feel like you're looking for a mentor, or if you have a question to someone working somewhere, reach out to them, because more people are actually very, very happy to help you than not. And so just give it that shot. And I'm not going to lie, it's a lot of energy that has to be put into creating something from scratch, but it's totally worth it in the end. And yeah, just keep the motivation up. And also one more thing, if you find something that you really like doing, I'd encourage to actually go into that direction, because then you're going to have an advantage over anybody that does something just for the sake of creating a business or something. Because if you really intrinsically believe that it's for a good purpose or for a good cause or something that's important to you, you will always have an advantage, because you're so intrinsically motivated that you can actually keep going for longer, keep pushing harder. And also start small, start as a side business, see where it goes, just get out there, get into the field. This is the third startup I've founded, and, one worked out, one didn't. This one's working out again. It's not, a given. And just try yourself out, connect to people, and believe in yourself.
Okay, I hope all the girls who are listening to the conversation should be inspired. Go get down on the floor and start yourself. Catch your mentors. Now you got some international mentors also.
Yes, ready to connect. Happy to connect with anyone.
Isabel, I'm using your app almost every day. Okay, reading all the conversations, talking about the impact, global impact on the climate change. People are posting queries, and it reaches to global market, I think. Okay, when did you realize such a mobile application is required? Even in our private calls, we discuss about there is a Quora, an application where people converse, but yours is specifically to one target area, one action plan. You want to create impact in one particular area of business, climate change. The three sustainable development goals from UN. You focus on the only three sustainable development goals, right? When this wisdom came, how it started?
Yeah, sure, would love to. So it all started with the purpose of myself to find the key, to find something to help solve this global crisis. I felt like, wow, we have to do something about it. I cannot just simply stick in my current job. I want to do something. And, this purpose drives me to get a lot of power out of it. So if you find your purpose, you will be able to be more resilient, and also to, get people into your team and convince them that this is a good solution. But how did it start? So I was looking for a solution. So I did a lot of interviews. First of all, I talked with people on the street, asked them about, what do you think can we do? What might be the way to get out of this climate crisis? But then I think the most important step was to collect selfie videos from Europe, where we asked 5 questions. And one of them was, what is the key to solve climate change? The answer was often collaboration and cooperation for us. And this seemed very obvious because it's so diverse. The climate crisis is about energy, about mobility, about fashion, small and big, city, but also a school, for example, or an office. And as diverse as the climate crisis is, we are as society. Every one of us knows something else, has other interests, and also level of influences. And when we learned that, we felt, okay, we can connect that. Let's make the world more collaborative and connect all this knowledge and the people with their level of influence. And this is pretty much how it started. So it was not immediately, yeah, we are going to build a social collaboration media for climate action. It was more like we found out that collaboration is so important, and we thought about how can we make it possible on a global level. And this is also, if we think about Quora, which is also a lot about question and answer, we are need-driven in terms of how we build all the information in the app. We have a stronger focus on the impact. Surely, this is our purpose. We want to do something about climate change, and Quora doesn't. And this is why the information are also not so easy to be filtered, or you will be able to connect then also soon. This was the starting point, but by now there is a team supporting a very strong CTO on my side, by my side, and together it's much easier, because I can tell you, the beginning was rough. Like, if you are the founder of something and if you believe in something, you will have to stand for it, and you will have to have a thick skin, because you get a lot of criticism. A lot of people will tell you, you cannot do it, you won't do it. But you go with the people who believe in you. Those are the most important for you. Get your mentors inside. I also have a mentor, a woman who founded a social media.
Fantastic. Now coming to Santino, who's an economic advisor manager at Ernst & Young. But how I seen Santina, who studied with me also, came to India, studied along with us in India, studied in Italy, studied in London, now working in Ireland. So what made you to travel to places, and how this travel experience, learning from diverse geographical area, gained you exposure, and how you made yourself an economic advisor?
Okay, differently from Isabel and Catherine, I'm an employee. I don't have the entrepreneurial spirit, but still, I mean, the world is a source of energy. As they said, we need mentors, and actually to travel allows you to meet other people, to get used to other countries, to deal with people from different nations, and this will help you to become flexible and also like to appreciate what is outside of your work. Also thinking to what is currently happening. We spoke last Wednesday, no? And I'm currently in the info. Catherine said it was the infodemic also for the war here in Europe. Then I went to, so I'm bombarded by this information on the war all the days about the war. I open the TV is about the war. I open every news is about the war. But when we spoke, I went to surf on the Times of India website, and I found that just one article about the war. The rest was about other topics. So yeah, to travel allows you to think from different point of view, to not think that your world is that your area is everything, but there is someone else that sees the world with different eyes, and this allows you to train your flexibility, and then to be creative, to be more problem solver, to apply what you learn, to be more flexible, and then to solve things more simply. Everything more simply. And I want to stress the point about mentors, because as Catherine said, it's true, people are very willing to speak and to help. So really also on LinkedIn, reach people, and don't be shy, because often women are a little bit shy on this point. But we should not, even because if it is a no, it's a no. I mean, the maximum is it's a no, and it's in the same situation that as if you didn't do this. So nothing to lose. And you will be surprised on how much people are happy to share their experience and to inspire you. So even if you are you don't need to travel around the world. We are lucky with web, so you can really reach every corner of the world, every people in all the corner of the world.
Definitely, the traveling to different parts of the world give you so many experience and exposure. Even Isabel has come to India, I think. No, you have come to Chennai, right? Once.
Unfortunately, not to Chennai. Not to Chennai.
Oh, okay,
yet.
no. Okay. Okay, but you have been to India, right?
Yes, to Delhi and Goa, Kerala, Karnataka to the south. It's a couple of years ago.
Awesome. So when Santina was talking about the war, okay, now let's jump into the war. Already there is pandemic which the whole world has crossed through. Okay, a destruction in economy happened in the beginning of 2020 when the whole world went into the lockdown. Right? Again, now the war is coming up. So I'm going to put a general question, okay? Especially you people from Europe can answer. Why this war is needed right now? What made Russia to think of this war?
Okay, I can start. Actually, I mean, this war seems that has old roots. Actually, it seems that started 8 years ago, and actually nobody has too much clear what is gonna happen. Is because Russia is gonna challenge like the democratic world, the Western world. Is because it's something related to Russia itself, because it wants to cover a part that they feel belongs to them, that is the area of the Donbass. It's because there is an ally between China and Russia to challenge the democratic world, so to move to something that is more autocratic. Actually, I mean, a story now is difficult to read while it's ongoing. So I don't know, maybe really in a 20 years, it was happened for the Second World War. We will start to understand something really in the future. What I think is new to this war is about like how the information are spreaded, how the propaganda has been done about Russia and Ukraine, as was highlighted by Catherine, and also about like the narrative, because how we are perceiving. Because for example, this summer there was the Taliban attack to Afghanistan, but now we don't say anything anymore because people in Afghanistan are maybe not so good in using the social media tools. So I mean, really, it's tough to say now. Not really now.
But we cannot compare Taliban story with Russia's story. Taliban is a rebel in the country for many years, but Russia is not. It's a neighboring country, right? And as you said, the information propaganda. I think Katrina can enlighten on that. So many information about the war is coming up. Russia is invading for this reason, that reason. In fact, one of the articles I read, Russia is planning to make North Russia, South Russia. You guys read anywhere? But I read it. After invading Ukraine, Russia might plan for a North Russia, South Russia, like North Korea, South Korea. So many information is spread. So what do you think, Katrina? So many information is being propaganda based on the war. And some people are trying to create mileage out of it.
Yes, of course, there's always people that try to take advantage of situations where the world is watching and, behind the scenes. We don't, also with China and Asia, we in Europe are very much focused on the war right now. I believe that there are some nations that, behind the scenes might be plotting something. But what Santina just said, this war is unlike any war before because of social media, because we get TikTok videos from people in cities that are bombarded. There's soldiers taking videos of, you know, the tanks that they just conquered. So it's unlike anything we've seen before. And this kind of communication you can also take advantage of, and both sides are trying to do that. So Ukraine, you know, they have a president who's also very present, who's very much there and also like going along with the role that he has taken in. And on the other hand, in Russia, we see all the platforms being banned. The TV offers are down to, I believe it's 3 channels, with just running propaganda to shut, you know, the citizens of Russia off from any other information than what Putin has done is good and was necessary. And so, like I said, it's a hugely complex situation. I think a lot of background reading is also needed. And also, like Santina said, it's gonna take a couple of months, if not years, to uncover everything. And right now, it's just, I believe, for anyone, you know, just scrolling on social media, don't believe everything you see. There's like very simple tricks, for example, like one of the most simple tricks to figure out if something is fake or real. If you, for example, see a video of something happening in the Ukraine, apparently, or Russian soldiers conquering, I don't know, you know, a part of a city or something. Sometimes the leaves are on the trees and it's green and it's summer, you know? So those are like the most simple things that you can do yourself in due diligence to kind of realize that that can't be true, because right now it's winter and there should be snow and no leaves on the trees, you know? So it's like, be very careful in spreading things without doing your own due diligence, because that's essentially how fake news are being spread. And yeah, just take your time to understand the situation as much as we can. There's good resources, there's good background information, there's people that's been studying this conflict for years. You know, it's good to kind of look for those on Twitter rather than, you know, just anyone reposting anything that comes along. So, but it's a very, very difficult situation.
Okay. Talking about the present economic situation, the global market and in the local European market. Okay. Already we face pandemic. We all know that people are losing jobs, people are losing lives. There are no shortage of supplies, and we know that chip manufacturing from China got no shortage of supply during the pandemic. Everywhere the cases remain same, right? This war, how it is affecting the Russian economy, and I also see the economic sanctions by different countries. For example, US is a classic case where US is one country which actively participated or invaded the World War I and World War II. But if you see now, they play the the polite good boy nature. They just change the stand. They're not invading anymore. They're not going to combat with Russia, but they're doing economic sanctions, one after other, against Russia, and giving economic aids to Ukraine. Am I right, Santina? So they're giving some relief, some packages. Okay. By economic sanctions, do you think Russia will be able to tie their hands? For example, the companies are exiting Russia.
Yes, as you said, it's the second shock that our global chain is experiencing in 3 years, actually. But shifting to your question related to the sanction, actually, what we have to figure out is that Ukraine and Russia are like countries that, more than producing goods, have like input factors. So our real problem in not having Russia and Ukraine is about the wheat, the corn, the energy. But they are not like, I mean, the war is injecting in the markets uncertainty. So this one is going to be like a shock for capital markets, because I mean investors don't want to invest in these moments. But thinking to the from isolating only the part related to the GDP, to the production, is not like a huge shock, neither in terms of export to Ukraine and to Russia. That's why companies actually decided to move so quickly from Russia, because actually Russia doesn't import too much from the Western world. That's why also automotive companies left Russia, because it's like a very 3% of their total of their total sale. So it's not like a huge miss. What is
so what do you mean to say is, by these economic sanctions, it will not affect Russia's stand on the war? You mean to see that?
Russia will be hugely affected, because I mean, for example, last day on Wednesday, it was the 16th of March. There was the first, they had to repay their public debt. There was the first deadline to repay their public debt, and actually they have a grace period of 30 days, but they have to repay in dollars. Actually, the ruble is depreciated a lot, almost half of what it was before the 22nd of February. So, I mean, Russia is going to be hit by this, because, I mean, there will be this sanction, as, for example, Iran experienced sanctions. So now Russia is the most sanctioned country of the world. But we have to think to the long run. So what is going to do Russia to recover from these sanctions? So yeah, for now there is a huge hit, ruble depreciated. So this means that nobody is gonna to buy bonds, Russian bonds, while before February, why not? So yeah, for sure it's gonna be eaten. But we have to think to the long run what is gonna happen. Is Russia going to have more alliance with China, with the Middle East, with India? So we have to see what is the long plan. But for sure now it's
yeah, I agree to that point. With China, India, there is significant play. Isabel, you made a point that at Germany, even the part of Europe, because of this war, the major import of oil and gas from Russia is being barred. So people might tend to go towards sustainable development. But a news says that India, to my knowledge, the present in Indian news, for the fact, India is buying oil and gas from Russia at discounted price. Okay, at discounted price, India is making an opportunity out of the present warfare in buying the oil and gas, because India is a great with a great population, depend on oil and gas, using this opportunity to buy the oil and gas at a lower cost. So, do you think India is conscious about? And also, another news reads that even Germany does. Even Germany, to an extent, buying an oil and gas at discounted price from Russia. So, what is your take on that?
Well, that's something. So my take on it is that energy is something which is super important to live, right? Also for India, it's a huge struggle to go to a carbon neutral world and to move towards that because of the energy. You need energy for so many people, right? With coal and also oil and gas. I totally understand this. I think there are solutions if we open patents, if we work together, if we spread and finance in all the countries, also in the development countries, renewable sources. But as long as we don't do it, I totally get the point that you surely want to secure your people, and maybe I don't like that. I didn't know India taking an advantage, or at least Modi taking an advantage, right? Who knows who it is? It's also not all Russia and Putin in the end, and some people around him, right? All of the civil society, they are more those who are hurt and have the problem with the depreciation and that they cannot get money and such. So
because Putin still doesn't say that he's doing a war business or he's not invading. He's saying he's protecting Ukraine. He never says, he never acknowledges he's doing a war or he's invading. for the goodness of Russia, I am protecting Ukraine. So India is also acknowledging the fact, okay, the main war is not begin. So that's why they know if UN makes a sanction that no one should buy oil and gas until and unless countries like India or others are going to buy the oil and gas from them.
So
and this is fueling their war also.
Yeah. So in Germany and Austria, we are dependent. So we rely on it. We really are short of energy. It is something like an urgency solution. I believe they don't want to do it, but they have to a certain extent, still rely on Russia to simply have energy. So therefore, it's kind of so, right? We would like to see that we are independent already, but we are still dependent. And this is the huge struggle here, right? Russia has a huge effect. I wanted to say one thing to the discussions before, because I find it very important. There are poor countries in danger, especially also in Africa, who receive wheat, as Santina already mentioned, because it's such a huge producer of that, Ukraine and Russia, from those countries. And they struggle a lot because the prices are also rising. And it is, Germany, all right, it's also all getting expensive, more expensive, right? As in many countries at the moment. But the problematic thing is about those who are already very poor, because you have to understand, if we don't get our life source, which is food and water and some place, a roof, then we most probably get more angry. So there were some wars in the past, like the Arabic Spring in Northern Africa, which started also through those rising food prices, which were kind of, in some way, it said, traded on the trade market. So This is what I'm the most concerned about, new wars through this crisis, and especially the poor countries who cannot handle it, and they are starving and dying because of hunger.
Well, that's a very good point actually made, the whole conversation. The impact of the ripple effect created by war, especially the poor countries. Economic, Santina.
Yes, as Isabel was highlighting, actually, energy and and corn actually are. I mean, the rise of these prices, of the prices of corn and of energy, is actually eating the most poor, because these are because it's not rising the price of education, for example. It's not rising the price of nice houses. No, it's rising the price of the bread, is rising the price of the energy in your house. So the most heated are actually the poorest everywhere in the world, like even like in developed countries, because like for example, like in Ireland, now the state decided to give to around 2,000 euro to every household to face the energy increase, because actually is going to affect is going to affect the consumptions of all the society, but like the luxury goods are not impacted so much by this. So the most impacted are and the middle class, the lower class, and lower and poor countries.
Okay. I personally, who run a research company, my mind thinks in different ways. Okay. So one insight I would like to post it here. Fairly, you guys observe something that for last 2 years we were talking about pandemic. Every time, every news channel, you open a paper or a tablet or news app, we consistently talk about pandemic, coronavirus, and then vaccinations, right? But now, because of this war happening in one part of the world, we stop talking about pandemic news. So if you take statistically also, Katrina, you know, right? Now people stop talking about pandemic. So do you think pandemic has been forgotten due to this war? Or is it like any international big fishes game to make pandemic forget from the minds of the people, created a war. The conspiracy theory on the floor.
Yeah. So one thing that I will state, and that's something that we as a fact-checking company and also fact-checkers around the world have to acknowledge, is that the past 2 years of pandemic has shown us that things that were declared to be misinformation or conspiracy theories sometimes became true. So it was just really a snapshot of time. So that's the thing with journalism, that's the thing with fact checking. We can always look at a certain point in time and see what the information we have then, and then make a decision to, either declare it as false or not. And of course, only fact-based. Anything that goes into the direction of opinion is something that we're absolutely not allowed to touch as fact checkers, naturally. And so it's a very big question if some other entities profit from the attention being taken away from COVID. Here in Germany, we're having very many discussions because our government is very restrictive. We have some of the strictest measures against the coronavirus still intact, and we're even talking about mandates on vaccination. So, and it varies from country to country. And what I see in Germany, I don't like the development of the focus being solely on Ukraine, as important as it is, and as big of effects as it will have to us Europeans and to the entire world. We might be even coming off the dollar standard, the US dollar standard. It's, some effects that we can't really say what they will have, but it's going to probably change the world order in some sense. But Santina can probably say more about that. But there's such fundamental changes happening. Of course, it's important to talk about those and to have those present in the media and, reflect on every, the possible outcomes and consequences. At the same time, the measures, especially in Germany, are still intact and still need to be discussed from, both pro, for example, vaccine mandates and against. And I feel like parliaments, even democratic parliaments, like the fact that, through the pandemic, they have much more influence, and as they can make decisions in a short amount of time without it being publicly discussed. So probably the answer is yes, some benefit, some others don't. And at the end of the day, I feel like it's our job as, consumers of news to also do our job, Of course, the media outlets have to do their job, but also it's us. What do we read? What are we interested in? Do we just also solely shift our focus whenever mainstream media focuses its shifts its focus, sorry. So I think, it's both our jobs and the media's job to keep that in balance.
Okay, it's my my job as well as Santina jobs to enlighten the present listeners on the economic affair. Okay, how this pandemic and how this war is interconnected. So we are trying to explore an opportunity to study these two gravel activity connecting to the economics. So is it like some powerheads game or not? End of the day, people are getting affected, economy is getting affected. As you said, new order is put in place, new normal is coming in place, new business is coming up. In fact, fact check company, like, it's an opportunity to create a business, right? For Isabel, it's an opportunity to explore a sustainability goal development. Okay, someone makes a sanction, you should not sell oil and gas, come here, then start buying solar energy, wind energy. You should go think of the alternatives, self-sustainable energy. So is there any significant business plan run by corporates? See, we sold vaccination for trillions, and we are selling now solar energy or wind energy for billions. New business is coming. So people are trying to capitalize on the problem. Instead of taking another world war, we try to create business out of the problem.
Yeah, this is maybe I can go here because it's also entrepreneurship research. I studied it once, so I believe it's like the Schumpeter theory of where something is getting destroyed, something new is coming up. If we think about the climate crisis, there is so much what has to be rebuilt, and especially to rebuild an old big house is much harder than just starting from scratch. So if you want to start something right now, I really suggest you to go into sustainability. So I mean with that environmental friendly, climate friendly solutions, because this is a huge market where there's a lot of space for many entrepreneurs at the moment and new businesses to come up. So
this you mean to say there's the emerging market are into sustainable development?
Yeah, this is definitely the goal. This is the direction we go, because else we simply die out. And there is no other way. And especially here in Europe, I think it's different wherever you are, right? For example, in Brazil, there's like the length of our earth. And we have a president, or they have a president with Bolsonaro who doesn't care at all about it. But we only have the next 5 years to stop it before the tipping point, right? So it's like this is definitely the direction. We cannot go another direction. I can say that pretty much for sure. Else we like it would be so stupid. And also the economy will fail because we will have huge damages through natural catastrophes. So in the end, it's just much more expensive. And here's a lot of space because this is the theory of where something is getting destroyed, something new is arising. And this is where we
like
are.
the food cycle we saw talk, no? The food chain. So
Also,
one eats that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's many things, right? The food chain, like, I don't know. I don't understand completely what you mean with that.
No. You say like when one is getting destroyed, another is getting giving birth to some new innovation. So like, so no, I just metaphorically connected with the food chain. So one dies and one grows.
Yeah, okay. Like we should take everyone, right? We want to be collaborative. I'm a very peaceful person, and I also believe in that value of people in their heart. I also think that we are globally connected, especially younger generations, which means that those presidents like a Putin or Bolsonaro or Xi, they all live in the past. They live in the history of their country and start something what is already done. So we young people, this is my hope. We are well connected globally, worldwide in the web. We have friends everywhere, and we can collaborate to make this place, a better one.
Of course, that's a very good note. So Santina, the point I made, okay, I feel there's an interconnection between pandemic and war. What is your take on it?
Actually, we are saying that we thought that after the pandemic was gone, we would have started again to keep again with the growth, and this is not happening. We thought that this inflation period was going to end, while it's not happening. So yeah, what is actually exacerbating what the pandemic already did. And yes, this is not this war that is injecting really huge uncertainty is only exacerbating what a bad condition that was already. I'm thinking especially to inflation. Actually, the current central bankers are really struggling in identifying which are the policies to implement, because they thought that at the end of the pandemic they could start again to reduce their monetary policies, or to implement restrictive monetary policy in a way such that they could again bring the inflation rate to a normal rate that is around the 2% all around the world, also for the US. Now this is not happening. They can't increase the interest rates because already the financial market is suffering. So if they increase the interest rate, entrepreneurs are disincentivized to invest, because means that an investment costs much more than than a normal period. But what this happens, okay, central banks are not going to increase the interest rates now, but they have to increase even more in the future. So we will pay in the future, not intervening today on the inflation rate. And they will have to intervene not in a proportional way, but in a progressive way. So they have to implement much more restrictive monetary policies. So yeah, they are interconnected, and yeah, the situation is, the war is worsening what already, what economy already was.
Yeah, correct. But Russia, incredibly unimportant, connecting to the present global economy, how it is affecting. Because we are all depend on Russia only for oil and gas, whereas Russia is depend on Chinese and an Indian market for imports. Okay. So if you take America, they made economic sanctions. They pulled a couple of companies out of Russia. And a couple of companies put a halt on their operations. But they're not taking part in decision making, how they took part in World War I and World War II. Now the focus and attention is slowly coming towards Asia, especially China and India. So do you think China plays a silent role in the war?
It's difficult to say even this one, because yeah, before the war started, they made an alliance, but this alliance is an alliance that is not grounded on economic interdependence, because actually alliance works between states when one is interdependent from another one, because this is why they create, they can create treatments if you exit from an ally. I can show you maybe this PowerPoint, this graph. Yeah, actually, this is the sanction effect on the GDP. So the sanction effect on Russia on the GDP has no weight on Russia. Actually, Russia is going to increase by 0.02. So this means that China and Russia are not so much interconnected as. So I mean, yeah, an alliance where there is not, but can you see my screen? No.
I know, you need to start presenting.
Okay, you can see my screen.
No, there's
Okay,
a present
okay,
now button.
Okay, now can you see? Okay, so as we see, like this is the effect of the sanction on the GDP. Actually, I mean, Russia is not going to be affected so much. So actually, if there are political alliance, but there are not economic interconnection, it's tough to say that there is a real, a real tie, a real bond. So also Russia politics, way to do politics is very different. China is not aggressive, Russia it is. So I mean, we have to see what is gonna, I mean, what if it is gonna be like something that China wants to use or not. Because yeah, actually they didn't. I mean, I can show you also this. The only situation where
China is trying to use the situation to become the super powerful country. They think they want to surpass the Americans. They want to pose as they're the super country in the world. Are they taking the leverage?
Honestly, it's really too early to say this. It's really too early to say this, because we will see the things only when when there will be effect. Actually, like I was showing now, like the ONU resolution, this was like the voting against Russia at UN, Actually, like the countries that really said something like against are Belarus, because they feel Russian, the Korean, the Eritrea, the Russian Federation, the Syrian, but actually like China, India didn't like didn't like show their cards. They didn't express, but this, like for example, for India, this happened also when Russia invaded Afghanistan in the 80s. Behind the scene, now today we know that Indira Gandhi was against, but on the public sphere, she didn't say anything against Russia. They didn't say nothing in favor, nothing worse. So yeah, until when we don't see real action, it's difficult to see what they are the plans and what are the ambition of the countries.
Okay, that's great. So coming closer to our sessions, so what one advice you will give to the present student audience as a women leader or women entrepreneur, how to thrive during this kind of economic crisis, pandemic situation, or any other deep crisis during the time of volatility or any kind of uncertainty? How women leaders should emerge? Starting from Katrina.
Yes, so I think one thing I can speak for myself here is as an entrepreneur, or just personally for me, I'm very comfortable with uncertainty. It's just in my nature, and I'm very comfortable with volatility as well. So it's something that fascinates me or just very much interests me. And, you know, I'm excited to see how things change, what comes out of it. And everyone reacts differently. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we should tell every student or every young woman wanting to go into business that she has to be an entrepreneur. I think that's the wrong approach, because it also takes certain characteristics, and there's nothing wrong in striving for a career in, you know, any company that you feel like you can support and where you believe in the business and the culture. It's really just as great. And because I think there's like a flaw that we try to create so many entrepreneurs, and it's amazing, but not everyone is made for being an employee, and not everyone is being made for being an entrepreneur, and that's perfectly fine, and it's okay. And either way is great, whatever you feel comfortable with, whatever works. And also, I've never called myself like a female entrepreneur. I just say, yeah, I'm an entrepreneur, period. Like, there's nothing more to add. Yeah, but it's true. And once you kind of embrace that, you know, look out for what issues are people having in their daily lives. Also, like with this crisis, with the COVID crisis, I first-handedly experienced something where there was no solution to it, or I felt the solutions were insufficient to solve the problem that I or my dad was having. And kind of spun that into thinking about it from a business perspective. And I think there's so many things that we can have a look at into with a business perspective. And also, one last thing, I'm very fond of the concept of the lean startup. I don't know if you've heard, but it doesn't take great amount of funds. It doesn't take a huge team to get started, to do some market research, to kind of iterate whether there's potential in an idea that you might have. You can start small, do some research, ask some people, hey, I have this idea. What would you say about, you know, if I had an XY solution? And they say, yeah, I like it, but also I'm missing this and this. And then you can go back to your idea, which you didn't even have to put any money in yet. It's just on paper, or it's just in your head, and you can adjust it accordingly. And, you know, go and make those loops a couple of times until, like, you know, a harder concept forms. And you can actually go out and pitch to people, contact people, pitch to peers, maybe to look for co-founders or something. But the same for if you want to work at a company, you know. I feel like I've heard a couple of stories where the best interviews for wanting to join a company were actually, I feel like you have a problem here and I have a solution here, you know. So just be creative in how you approach what you observe, and just embrace whatever you're interested in, and don't be shy, really, and just have fun all the while doing it, because that's what it's all about at the end. So memento mori is also one last thing that very much motivates me. I don't know if you've heard of it. Memento mori is a saying for remembering that we're all going to die. So it's something, it sounds a bit ridiculous, but it's something that's very present to me. So, what do I have to lose trying to connect to this person, or, pitching to these people? Like, you can't really fall hard. And I think Santina or Isabel said it before, the worst thing that can happen is a no, and then you're just back to where you were, and you're going to go ahead and ask other people. Like, there's nothing really bad that can happen if you keep it lean. So, I think there's no correct way. Just find your way, and whatever you feel comfortable with and happy with and what you're interested in. And then, look for in crisis, it's true. Things shift, needs shift, powers shift. So it's an interesting time. And if you observe, and if you're interested and curious, curiosity is also a big factor. There's probably a couple of opportunities that you're going to discover yourself, and then you can make the decision on how to approach it and what to do with it.
Great. As you said, there's a word called YOLA. You only live once.
Yeah. I mean, memento mori. Yeah. Maybe like Generation Z. Yeah.
Okay, great. And you made a point, no? You also be an employee and create an impact. So
yes, 100%. And nothing is better or worse. It's just a different approach, and not everyone's the same, thank goodness.
Yeah.
And everyone has different needs. Some like the security, some are like me and are just like, whoa, things are happening. This is so crazy. Everything is so uncertain. Let's see where this goes. And they're fine with it applying to their own personal life as well. And either way is completely fine. And, it's great either way.
So Santino, talking about working in different companies, studying in different countries. Okay. So a leader necessarily not to start a company. You can be a leader anywhere you are, and you are sort of an example. So share your experience of being a leader in your particular role, and give your word of inspiration to the young students here.
Yes, actually, I think to students that in this moment you are in a very, I remember when I was 24 and I was in India with you, doing my last international experience in university, I think that you are going through a moment that is very exciting, where you will fail, but you don't have to be, feel low because of failures. You will the first years of work, you will try to understand what is better for you, what you like. And yes, what is important is that even if you are an employee, you have to be a protagonist. You have to be the main. You need to have an impact, even because it's an entrepreneurial work inside a company, because a company only has good people inside, and if you show that you are good people, you will have the opportunity to grow. So yes, really don't be shy, especially because maybe woman wants to be perfect. We are maybe situated that we want to be perfect before showing ourselves. While it's not about perfection, it's about to be prepared, because you are worthwhile people, so you have to be prepared. But it's not about, don't think that you have to be everything perfect, and and reach people, because people will inspire you on how to solve a situation. I was used to watch a lot of interviews because I heard about the failures of other people, so I said, okay, if she recovered from that, I can do that. So get inspired by people you have around, and try to reach people that are far from you, and ask for help, and no need for perfection, but just try to do your best and do what you are passionate about to make a real difference. Then it's a right moment for women, because women are always called when there are problems, and also in companies work like that, projects that are like Brexit. The worst projects are given to women because they know that.
Okay.
The perfect moment for women.
Since you are in the corporate world, okay, I want to ask this personal question to you. There is gender discrimination every part of the world, every organization. Okay, how do you face it and how do you overcome it? Because this present young generation of women who's listening to your conversation going to step into their career anytime sooner. Okay, definitely there will be bias, there will be gender discrimination, even the paychecks is also different, right? Isabel, I'll come to that later to you. Because you're giving a big smile when I talk about paycheck. Okay, so how do you see that and how people have to overcome it?
Yeah, at the beginning, I mean, if I have to think to my experience, at the beginning I was very disappointed, because I thought that the world of the adults was a world of fair people. So I was a little bit shocked at the beginning, because I started to feel the gender discrimination at work, if I have to be honest, not in schools. And yeah, I mean, be strong on what you worth. If negotiate your salary, feel free to speak about money. Feel free to ask to your boss, okay, feel free to say to your boss, I want to be this in this time. So settle very practical things. So settle your goal. Speak clearly to your boss that you want to become, I don't know, in these 2 years you want to have the progression, so you have to build with your boss what is your career path. So try to be very, very practical, and don't be shy to talk about your ambition, about your money. Show that you want this, what you want money, you want to progress, you want to grow, you want to be on good projects, because otherwise people that speak obtain things. If you don't speak, nobody knows what you want, and in a thick word, they don't care about people that don't give a little bit of noise. So be noise.
Be noise. Guys, you're listening.
Yeah, show results. Show results. Always be concrete. Bring results and bring also expectation.
Yeah.
And can be anything. Money, progression, can be anything.
Okay, the little noise is very important, and having that the entrepreneurial skills. So we are talking about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship. So both are equally important, for your career plans. So coming to Isabel, you've taken a path which not easily anybody can take. Okay, you worked in corporates, now running a startup, addressing social issues. How important addressing social issue through entrepreneurship, and being a woman, what is the impact you look creating in the society? What advice you want to give to the young women here?
Yes, thank you. So one thing is, find your purpose, find your passion, take the first step. At some point you have to jump. If you have certain characteristics in your personality, you are able to jump easier. So it's not too hard for you to be with this uncertainty, but it is a lot of uncertainty. The other thing is, embrace fear. Don't fear. Go ahead. Don't fear too long. Don't even think about it. Break those negative cycles. Go ahead. You took a decision. Go with it. You have a vision. You have a solution that time. You are in that already. It will be tough times. It's like up and downs. And to go to the top, you first of all have to go through a lot of struggles to come up there. And we are not yet there. We have good milestones, we're in good progress, I would say, but it's not that we reached it at all. And I have, I have had to get a very thick skin. That's what I'm saying. So you have to get used to it, that you have criticism and you take those who are good with you. That's one thing. The other thing is about women, be a troublemaker. Tell them, yes, I'm strong, I'm here, and I deserve to earn the same then the male colleague who's working with me in a similar position, I had this often, and I was a troublemaker. I fought for it because I felt if I don't, nobody does. And actually, it turned out to be pretty good, and a lot happened in the companies I did so. So this is what I would tell you as well. Please don't be shy and just, go back and say, okay, it is how it is. Please be a troublemaker. It also helps for all the other women coming later. The other thing is about why...
Santina is going bigger when you say troublemaker.
Yeah, someone has to make the change. So if you feel you are a personality who can take that and who's strong enough to go into those conversations and be okay with the result, please go ahead and do it. We need you for that, because this will help all women to become more into this equal and, get this diverse culture. The other thing is, why are women so interesting? As you said before, Nelson, right? It's about the women who come after the war to kind of build up everything again. Or if there is a struggle time and there was a lot of mess done, then often women coming in saying, okay, now we are looking at the ethical side, which is often a problem in big corporates. If there are more women in the management board, it is well understood that the risk is lower to go into ethical problems. So what is the superpower of a woman in such a position? I think it is that we are able to connect people with each other and see the big picture. What I really didn't like in my business studies was the huge focus on getting all the profit possible out of a business, not caring about stakeholders and about communities. And I fear women are often, not all, not all, absolutely not all. Don't say it, it's never all. But I'm more concerned also about overall society, and often also more peaceful and not so violent.
Great. Great. Thank you so much, Isabel, for that inspiring insight and advising the young generation of women to be a rebel for a good cause.
Yes.
Great. So I personally have a great take, because I work with a team of women in my board. I have women on my board, women interns, women employees. I don't call them employees because I call them fellow teammates who part of this Nelson and Research family. In fact, last year I made a decision that I'm going to give ESOPs to everybody, even an intern. So I know the value of having women on board who are unique in their own ways, creating new ideas, vision, and I have that little mother touch, the startup also. Okay, the kindness they bring to the team. When we are all so serious thinking about the idea, they think different with so much of pure heart and kindness. That's an incredible stuff.
I think it's the best is to have both together, right? Because everyone has different skills and the population is half. But we need the women as well.
Yeah, great. And I personally take this opportunity to thank Katrina, Santina, Isabel, joining from different time zones, different world, the different parts of the world, and accepting my invitation. Thank you so much. And keep up the good work. So before we wind up this session, we will open the session for questionnaire. The students can ask questions, and I would like to present one video. That one video has so many information on women leadership. And as Katrina was saying, right, that I will never say women entrepreneur. I will say entrepreneur, period, dot. So connected to that message, this video might be useful. And can the tech team play that video?
Women to join armed forces. Do you agree to that? Do you face? Have you faced any kind of challenges in your job?
See, like right now in the Indian Army, we are not in the combat roles. which would certainly require that amount of physical strength. If I would say that everybody is not created to do every job, so you to see what you are made for. And if you feel that you are made for the armed forces, yes, you may join the armed forces. And then when it comes to are you physically weak or no, what are you comparing yourself with? See, you don't have to compare yourself with another man and say that, see, I'm equal. No, why do I have to live with this complex of proving myself better or equal to somebody? No, I have been created like this. I know my limits and I would obviously want to excel those. I don't want to compare myself with anybody or prove myself better than anybody. So that's what I'll put it like.
Ma'am, you have also faced some kind of challenges in your life because there is gender discrimination in our society till date. So you have come a long way.
You were talking to somebody in the Indian Army, there is gender bias. There's a reverse gender bias in Indian Army. Okay, so there is no woman who would say there is gender bias, but if you ask any male officer, they'll say, yes, there is gender bias. See, I have done just 89 jumps, she is just with 28 jumps, and you people are interviewing us. There are people with 3,000, 4,000 jumps, those who trained us. They've never been interviewed by anybody. They're all male officers, but they never say there is gender bias. So there is a reverse gender bias that is happening in the Indian Army right now.
So you're saying that women officers are more privileged in Indian Army?
Absolutely, I would say that. See how the organization takes care of us. Do you see any male officer here giving interview on any of the days? Anybody can comment on a Women's Day. Everybody has opinion. But Army has selected us, 7 of us, to interact with you people. And what is our claim to fame? Nothing, I'm telling you. I was telling the journalist I have just 89 jumps. The officer who trained me, Lieutenant Colonel Survey, did everybody 4,000 jumps. And they actually tell us, yeah, have a heart, 89 jumps, not even 100, and you are giving interview to the news channels. So see how well we are taken care here.
Do you want to appeal that there should be a celebration of Men's Day as well?
I don't think there should be a celebration of Women's Day also. We should just live with, free will out of all shallow complexes of proving yourself better than somebody or equal to somebody. Just do what you are doing for the pure bliss of doing it, because you like doing it, not because you have to prove something to somebody. Just live a life and your profession, which is your passion, just live that passion. I think that's all about it.
If you want to motivate someone to join Indian Army, what do you want to say?
First of all, I would say that there is nothing someone can say to motivate you. You have to be motivated yourself. You have to have that urge to serve and to let go of anything that is asked for. I think that's the most important thing. So if you are self-motivated, come join us. Don't look for heroes, be a hero. I would just say that.
And there is another
add to what Kanika just said. That see, when you decide that I have to join the army, be very clear of the reason. The reason cannot be anything less than absolute passion for this noble profession of arms. And then you to see what are the requirements of the organization, its lofty standards, and the work conditions, etc. You to ask yourself, will I be able to match these standards? Will I meet the requirements? And most importantly, while doing so, will I be joyful and at peace? Would I like doing what I've been asked for? And if the answer is yes, you must join. Otherwise, you'll be happier somewhere else, and Indian Army will be better off without you. So you'll have to be very, discreet in deciding when you want to join the Indian Army.
Thank you for the video. So the video is self-explanatory by itself. The logic can be applied for any industry, right? So just do for the sake of passion, the bliss, whatever you do, whatever you want to do, guys. Okay, you can be an employee, you can be an entrepreneur, you can be a homemaker, you can be anything, but enjoy the process. Take it wholeheartedly. Motivate yourself. That's a key takeaways I would like to give to all the listeners here, all the students here, and all the very best for your future. And you can connect with any one of us in the LinkedIn. We are all available in LinkedIn. Any help, any idea, any mentorship, even if you have a great idea, you want to get funded, you can approach me personally. I can say that. So we'll try to pull in some synergy for your startups to get invested. And if you want to take it globally, especially to European market, you can reach to fellow speakers also. And the floor is open for questions. Any questions? Guys, don't be hesitant. Come on, ask questions. So developed economy is really working hand in hand with, I just open the chat. Okay, the question is from Muthulakshmi. Developed economies really working hand in hand with underdeveloped economies, especially in these unprecedented times where vaccines, related resources, and curbing climate change come into picture. So the question is, are developed economics working hand in hand with underdeveloped economics? So Santina, what do you like to?
That's a very good question. Actually, I mean, what we saw, for example, like vaccine showed us, it was a good checking point to show what if really like developed economies cares about like less developed economies. What we discovered actually is that developed economy must care about underdeveloped economies, even if it's not for moral reasons, because we are all interconnected in this world, as Isabel was saying before. We are all interconnected. Thinking to the vaccine, thinking to the coronavirus. Actually, if we don't get out altogether, it's like we are gonna have new variants, going and going on. So arrived at this level of interconnection between countries, at this level of the complexity. Actually, it's more important that actually there is a kind of collaboration.
I also feel that I also feel that just not the developed countries, even the developing economics like India and other Asian countries are working with underdeveloped in terms of providing vaccination. Yes, they're doing. It's a great job they're doing. It's a good question. And curbing climate change come into picture. So the question is developed countries developing the underdeveloped countries in terms of curbing the climate change? Because underdeveloped countries, they already find the difficulty in providing their end needs, especially food. But when you want to go with sustainable solutions like solar and wind energy, do you think, is it possible?
So what I think there is, especially for example, Africa with a lot of sun, right? And I believe there's a huge opportunity for Africa to become the new Middle East with oil and gas. But we don't take this opportunity yet well. This is also what I see. And also in Africa, it's a problem because they need the investment and the financial support to even be able to build something like that. If so, we could help those countries. And also in India, I believe you have a lot of sun, right? So it's a lot of outer energy and renewable energy sources available. The problem here is often the financing, so the initial investment to build such up. And if we will be able to work closer together here and see it as an interconnected global issue, which can only be solved international, and also that it is an unfair situation where especially the poor countries will be hurt the most. And we in the more developed countries and economic stable countries have to support those countries. Also, because we are the main reason of the climate change. So we took a lot of resources of this world per person. Yeah.
So yeah, that answers the question. The developed countries should come forward to work along with underdeveloped countries for climate change.
Totally, and we do so in our app, right? Everyone is, it's inclusive. So there are people from Africa, from India, from Europe, from the US, South America, and this is exactly what we are building on to spread solutions, because together we can make the best solutions. Underdeveloped countries are cheaper solutions, and those others have maybe other ideas. Together it's best.
So the next question is, the world seems more progressive in recent times and continues to develop more and more every day when compared to the previous decades. Why do you think world peace still seems unattainable? So it's a very clever question. World is consistently changing. We develop new technology, we grow, but still the world peace is unattainable. Who wants to answer?
I have just one aspect or one take on this question. Is it does seem disproportionate to we've come so far, we've advanced and developed and evolved so far. From my opinion, at the end of the day, we're still human beings, and I feel like it's always been in the nature of human beings to actually fight and be at war. So maybe there's some underlying truth in that. And then also, what we see now is also just countries really acting in their own interest, and pushing them forward. And also, I think it's shocking. I don't know. Maybe Santina has a figure, but I don't know. Is it over 50% of people don't live in democracies? So that's something, I read it, just like a couple of months ago, and I was absolutely shocked at this figure, especially in Europe. They're all democratic countries here. It's something that's not very present, but it's a fact. And I think that's also maybe a factor that plays a role here.
Yeah, in fact, I have a good take on it. The question is, the world seems more progressive in the recent times, right? The progression is because of the conflicts. Take your own classroom as an example. Because of the inter-fight, the nature of fighting spirit to attain rank 1, rank 2, makes the progression of an individual with the labor and skill. You take China or take America, because of their fighting spirit, they started growing. Moment there was a nuclear bomb at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan started growing. The progression happened because of disrupting the peace. Maybe sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. If the world peace has come, the world is coming to an end, I think. Okay. Yeah, please.
For, like us, we are seeing now, the countries like US and Europe are imposing sanctions, but it's another way to do war. So it's about like who has to suffer, maybe. No, how you have to suffer. You have to suffer under a boom, or you have to suffer because you are living in a poor country where, like I'm thinking to all the students in Russia, that they are very likely to leave the country to work, to find their way. So how many people worked on there? So even if they are not under booms, the young guy in Russia, even if they are not under booms, but they have a future that is, very. So yeah, work can be done in different ways, and cause poverty and cause suffering.
Yeah, correct. That's a very good point. We should fight for eradicating the poverty than eradicating the people. Yeah, Isabel, you had a point.
Yeah, I had a point as well, because two thoughts about it. One is, we are currently in uncertain times where there is still a lot of war and not peace happening. But I think there's hope in the future if we follow more the sustainable development goals of United Nations, if we become more global, if we don't think so nationalism, if we become friends on a global level and accept that everyone's luck is where they were born. It's nothing else than this. I didn't know that I wasn't born in India. That was by accident, right? This is like nothing you choose. So once we accept that we are like someone who is taking resources to live comfortably on this planet somehow, and we want to also allow it everyone else around it, and we are not so nationalism, I think then it's the point where we can move on into peace, and we trust more the United Nations, those who have the Peace Corps already in place. The other thing is, I think we really have to empower women. So all the women here, we need you. We urgently need you, really. Because think about the Taliban, all men. Think about Putin, men. Yeah, so it's not everyone. I don't want to say that, but female empowerment and diversity is, in my opinion, a big puzzle piece to global peace.
That's so great. That's a very valid point. Thank you, Isabel. So next question we have is, can we peg down the spread of fake news to a coping mechanism that people use to deal with fear and apprehension while preparing for the worst? So the question is for Catherine.
Yes, that's what I assumed. And my answer would be yeah. For sure. So there's certain patterns and pretty much like a template or a stencil that are being put onto new situation with old patterns to kind of navigate and explain things that seem scary or uncertain to people. And that always resurface whenever, you know, something like COVID or the war comes up. So it's definitely a coping mechanism in that sense for that many people escape to, unfortunately. And sometimes it gets to the extreme, you know, that they're so immersed in their bubble and you know, their belief and their conviction, that it's really hard to face them with facts or confront them with facts. It's actually, there's certain groups of people where even we as Facts for Friends, we say it's not our job, it's not our target group, it's not in the realm of the possible to try to convince those people otherwise. So we also have to really differentiate. There's some, you know, who really believe and thrive in these conspiracy theories. And it's a minority of people. It's fewer people than you would believe, but it's very loud in there. So that is our target group, and we say, you know, that is what it is. But it's certainly a coping mechanism. So I definitely would say that it's a very good analysis put out there. Yeah.
Thank you, Katrina. And guys, I also put my LinkedIn ID for you to connect, and as well as Isabel has put her LinkedIn ID to connect. Do connect with us. You can write to us. Any other doubts? Any queries? Anybody want to ask? You can unmute and speak also, no problem, if there's an option. They would love to talk to you guys. Anybody would like to unmute and speak? You can just point the speaker. You want to speak to Santina, Isabel, Katrina, they're here for you. They're precious working hours. And I know Santina, she must just celebrated Patrick's Day, no? At Ireland.
You had yesterday your Holi, so at
yeah.
it was.
I was busy working, traveling.
Oh.
But I wish to celebrate Holi next year, maybe. Maybe in some part of Europe after all the war is done, all the pandemic is done. So any more questions, guys, girls, students, young leaders, entrepreneurs, visionaries?
Hello, sir. I have a question to Miss Isabel Arens.
Yes, Varshita.
Hello, Miss Isabel. I just want to know whether individual actions or choices have a major impact on minimizing the carbon footprint, like the CO2 emission. I just want to know that.
Yes, sure. Thank you for the question. So one thing is to adapt your own lifestyle, but there is a much bigger effect you can have, which is if you consider what kind of level of influences you have. So if you don't think about your climate footprint only, but also about your climate shadow. So maybe you can influence the members of parliament in your region to change the situation for a lot of people. And so it doesn't only come down to your personal action in reducing meat consumption, for example, or energy, or taking the bicycle, but it's also much more that you have a strength. And this strength you can put into it and have a much bigger effect. And this is what we also want to help with here. Because, so individual action is important. This helps. There is a specific number inside the app. I don't know right now the exact answer, what percentage it would be. But from what we understood, it's much more interesting what you do in action with your knowledge and your interests and your level of influences.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the question. Let's connect on LinkedIn, right? If you're interested in this field.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
So any other questions? Guys, this is a time for you. They'll spend another 5-10 minutes with you, possibly, because it's running out of the scheduled time. Okay, then let's go for a wrap. All right. Okay, thank you so much, Etiraj College for Women, for giving such a great platform and opportunity to conduct an international conference and a panel discussion on climate change, fake news detection, and economics. And thanks, Ms. Isabel Arnes, Antina Babekua, and Katrina Klimkate for joining us for this event. It's truly a pleasure to have you here with us and inspiring the young women, visionaries, and leaders for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Climate crisis is something that requires our immediate attention, and with the pandemic proving it. During this pandemic, everybody wanted to know the truth about the absolute facts which is happening outside and about the global economic conditions. With this session, we are sure that we have gained enough knowledge on all of these. Thank you for your time, ma'am and sir. And with this, we have come to the end of this session. I now call upon our faculty coordinator, Ms. T.S.R. Vijay Janani, to deliver the rapid test report.
I take the privilege of presenting the Rapporteur's report for International Conference 2021-22 on Vision, Vigilance, and Versatility in the VUCA world. The speaker for session 1 was Mishila Jayachandran, Washington, D.C., USA. She addressed the gathering on the topic Entrepreneurial Pioneer, Remodeling a Fail-Proof Entrepreneurial Structure. She spoke about the entrepreneurial structure in financial institutions and various corporate entrepreneurship trends. She also emphasized on GREAT framework, grit, relationship, experimentation, adaptability, and time. She also spoke about internet evolution in the business world and organizational ownership and resource authority flowchart. Our speaker for session 2 was Ms. Purnima Sunkara, an edupreneur, owner of First 2 Minutes. She addressed on the topic entrepreneurial opportunities, interdisciplinary appeal, retelling the journey of inspirational women entrepreneurs. She spoke about her own career and to develop the right mindset to become a successful entrepreneur and other important factors like time, strategies, and I take the privilege of presenting the Rapporteur's report for International Conference 2021-22 on Vision, Vigilance, and versatility in the VUCA world. The speaker of session 1 was Ms. Michela Jayachandran, Washington, D.C., USA. She addressed a gathering on the topic Entrepreneurial Pioneers, Remodeling a Fail-Proof Entrepreneurial Structure. She spoke about the entrepreneurial structure in financial institutions and various corporate entrepreneurship trends. She also emphasized on GRID framework, grit, relationship, experimentation, adaptability, and time. She also spoke about internet evolution in business world and organizational ownership and resource authority flowchart. Our speaker for the session 2 was Ms. Purnima Sunkara, an edupreneur, owner of First 2 Minutes. She addressed on the topic edupreneur opportunities, interdisciplinary appeal, retelling of the journey of inspirational women entrepreneurs. She spoke about her career as an entrepreneur and how to develop a right mindset to become a successful entrepreneur and other important factors like time, strategies, and importance of networking and marketing. She also discussed the relevancy of VUCA to an entrepreneur. Session 3 was a panel discussion. Topic of the session was Rendezvous with Women Leaders, Combating Climate Crisis, Adverting Hearsays, and Insight into Global Economic Condition. The moderator of the panel discussion was Mr. Nelson Naveen, founder and CEO, Nelson in Research Private Limited. The speaker for the session was Ms. Isabel, founder, World for Climate Germany, Ms. Katrina Klimket, co-founder and CEO at Facts for Friends Germany, Ms. Santina Bivakwa, Economic Advisory Manager, Ernst and Young, Ireland. The points discussed by the panel members include impact of entrepreneurs on welfare, importance of stable leadership for a country, and significance of authentic information during time of crisis. They also discussed about the climate change due to war and its consequences. At the end of each session, the speakers answered all the questions asked by our students. All the sessions were highly informative, and I hope the listeners have a better understanding of the topic of the discussion, vision, vigilance, and versatility in the VUCA world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Varsha, Joint Association Secretary, to present the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to the honorable speakers, respected principal, vice principal aided and self-supporting, heads of departments, faculties, and fellow students. On behalf of the Department of Commerce Honors at the Raj College for Women, it is my privilege to propose the word of thanks on this occasion. I extend my gratitude to our chairperson, Tirumadi Chandradevi Tanikachalam, and the management of Raj College for Women for enabling us to organize the international conference. I'd like to thank our principal, Dr. Tirumadi S. Kodai, for her support, vision, and commitment. I thank Dr. D.B. Usha Arani, Vice Principal Aided, and Dr. T. Usha Priya, Vice Principal Self-Supporting, for their guidance. I thank Nelson and Research Private Limited for collaborating with us in today's international conference. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the speakers of today's event. Thanks to Ms. Michela Jayachandran, Chief IT Architect, Boston Consulting Group, Washington, D.C., for an eye-opening session about the hardships the entrepreneurs undergo in remodeling a failed entrepreneurial structure. Thanks to Ms. Purnima Sunkara, edupreneur and owner of First 2 Minutes, for an insightful discussion about the inspirational journey of women entrepreneurs and giving us an idea about the vivid entrepreneurial opportunities available for us. Thanks to Mr. Nelson Naveen, founder and CEO, Nelson and Research Private Limited, Ms. Isabel Ahrens, founder, World for Climate Germany, Ms. Katrina Klimke, co-founder and CEO at Facts for Friends Germany, and Ms. Santina Bevacqua, Economic Advisory Manager, Ernst & Young, Ireland, for giving us a wonderful insight about combating climate crises, giving us the importance of knowing the actual facts and a deep knowledge about the prevailing economic condition. The sessions were truly insightful and enlightening. I also thank our certificate sponsors, Staffies Global. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank each and one of you for your time and participation in the international conference. I now request everyone to raise the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Students are requested to fill the feedback form given in the chat box.
For the first years, it is given in the YouTube link in the chat box. Please fill it. Thank you.
The students can disperse now. The core committee, please stay. Other students apart from the core committee can leave once. Please leave the meet.